And we are the Coalition.
Need a search engine optimization SEO services? Then get in touch with our professional and friendly team to learn more about our range of custom and tailored services designed to suit your exact needs. Every one of our professionals have acquired years of experience, which ensures you get the very best. Our experienced staff is waiting to hear from you and to answer any specific questions that you may have on how we can meet your needs. Just ask for a consultation and let us prove our commitment to you as we promise to maintain the highest level of quality and commitment. Your satisfaction is our prime concern. So please, don't hesitate to get in contact with us and let us show you all the great options we have.
And we are the Coalition, loud and proud, outrage porn-free, civilly disobedient media broadcasting live on the worldwide Coalition Radio Network here at www.coalitionradionetwork.com, facebook.com/The Coalition Radio, on the mighty, mighty Twitter at Coalition_radio, and of course the mothership at coalitionradio.us. We just had for about an hour and a half, he was a really good sport about it, Jacob Hornberg on the line. Covered a lot of issues. That video should be back up and soon in all its richness and complexity on the Facebook at facebook.com/The Coalition Radio. We'll be sure to share it out there, get it up onto the YouTube, all of that. So you can listen to, I think, was a really, of course I'm biased because I was on the line. So you'll forgive me that. So if you'd like to talk about that, we'll share around the fact that we're online. Just take a second here. And we'll reload this. Super producer Joel is working diligently on finding ways to smooth the transition, if you will, between interviews and all. So there's a lot of things that we could talk about tonight. The interview with Mr. Hornberger. We could discuss that. Any one of the issues that he raised. We could talk about anything to do with COVID-19. Or we could talk about really anything that's crossed your mind. All right, folks. Issues like Donald Trump getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Not the Nobel one, but the Nobel one. Just doing a little bit of maintenance here. Again, facebook.com/The Coalition Radio. Or we have another site. We're asking people if possible. We're grateful if you're listening. Be really honest with you. We're really happy that you took the time to listen. So we're not looking the proverbial gift horse in the mouth. What we are saying, though, is that if you have the inclination, could you, in fact, take a moment to go to coalitionradionetwork.com? Because like most political shows, we live in fear of the Zuck. The big Zuck. The big Zuck. The big suck. So we've got multiple places that you can watch this show. Multiple. You can go to our channel over on the YouTube. You can even go to Coalition_Radio on the Twitter and watch and listen live for whatever your viewing happens. And we're going to work on getting out to stream to other sites as well, to make it listen, to talk, and to hear about outrage porn free media. So let's talk about, what do we define as outrage porn media? Too much of media is complicit in clicks. Now, clearly, for the mainstream media, the bottom has dropped out of the advertising market. And that was before COVID-19. I can't even imagine what it's like to sell advertising, if you will, for a media operation. I'm in sales during the day myself, but I sell something physical. I've always admired people who sell advertising, particularly radio advertising, because what you're selling is hopes and dreams. That if you, in fact, invest this amount of money, and I use the term invest loosely, invest is the new synonym for spend. If you invest this money, the hope is, the expectation is, depending on the quality of the sales professional that you're dealing with, is that you will, in return, receive increased sales, and therefore your investment will pay off. What are you selling? Hopes and dreams. Nothing more, nothing less. And how does that work? Yikes. It's pretty tough. Particularly these days when so many of the businesses that generate the underpinnings, if you will, for so much of American commerce are literally not allowed to be open. You've ripped the heart out of the American economic engine. And yes, we're at a yacht club. We have to make a yacht club run this week. I'm relying on factory sodas right now for the delivery of caffeine. Because just like a toddler for whom most food exists as a delivery mechanism for ketchup, I look at most food as a delivery system for caffeine. Oy. So if you've chosen to join us and listen in, what are the issues that are challenging you today? Do you side with the Trump administration and what they believe is a blatant mischaracterization of his comments earlier this week? And yes, they do matter. When you're the president of the United States and you talk about injecting Lysol into people's bodies to clear the disease, unless you make it really clear that it's tongue-in-cheek, like saying before you said, hey, I'm going to tell you a whopper, saying it and then saying, hey, wasn't that funny? I get it. Yeah, you'd better be on your A game. Or do you believe that, in fact, Mr. Trump actually believed that? Either way, the difference between, say, indie media and running a talk show and the conventional big TV stations or radio stations is that we have profound respect for our listener/viewer/watcher. There are 1,000 things you could be watching or listening to besides this show. And we're trying to build up a listenership. So we are grateful that, in fact, you took the time to join us. Or as Carol Burnett would sing, I'm so glad we had this time together. I, however, will not sing it. There are a few promises I will make. One of them is that, other than humming a tune or two, particularly given the absence of our ability to play ASCAP BMI-sanctioned music on this show, and because of YouTube's insistence that we do not do so, even though we don't really believe in intellectual property as it's defined in the American culture now. Other than humming along, and by the way, I really want our closing song to be from Dr. Strangelove. I really, really want that. You'll hear me refer to that. I might hum that at the end of certain nights when I know that we made the mistake a few weeks ago, just getting used to the equipment. I thought I'd signed off, and thank God this is all I did. I played the same song from Talking Heads about 10 times. There's an earworm, as they call it, a song called Life During Wartime. You've heard it. You may not know it by the title, but you've heard it. Believe me. And let's just say, played it 5, 6, 7 times. Boy, were they on that. 2 or 3 hours later, I'm getting computer-generated messages about a copyright infraction. Holy cow. That's some wicked artificial intelligence there. That was impressive in its own sort of twisted way. So, what's got you going? We did, by the way, put up it on YouTube, and we've shared it. Had a lot of fun on that as well. Enjoyed that very much as I enjoyed this evening. I'm of the contrarian nature, by the way, that I believe that we've got some of the finest libertarian candidates in the history of the party running this time. They're very different. Interestingly enough, they all share the same core beliefs, but the style differences between a Jacob Hornberger and a Vermin Supreme are fundamental. But I admire both of them. And that may make people on either of their support sides crazy. But I look to the good in people, and ultimately, I see a lot of good. They're both fine men. Got to know each a little bit in the person. In both situations. So, you've got a question about that, join us. A couple of people who promised to call me this week. I'm not above mercy calls, by the way, if any of my friends happen to listen in. I'm not above mercy calls. So we call this an open mic. If you got something bugging you, you need a little talk show therapy to get it out there, if something's pissing you off, you let me know. You let me know. In no uncertain terms. By the way, if you ever have the opportunity, if you're kind enough to watch us when we're doing one of our interviews, you'll see me sometimes looking down on the keyboard. There's about 20 things I have to do. Super producer Joel has done most of them, but in terms of information, in terms of, well, everything, there's a lot going on. Makes it a challenge sometimes. You're desperately afraid of losing touch, losing context with folks or what you're doing. Because right now, then you've got someone opining on the air. You need to listen. You need to process. Yikes. So if you have an opinion, let us know. What's irking you? Here's a question. I'd love to understand what's the first thing that you're going to do when the restrictions aren't. Now, this is a real talk radio kind of play. When the phone lines are quiet, there's some people out there watching, but you're getting the, not getting people to call in. You go out to some sort of generic question that's a little trivial, a little fun. What's the first thing you're going to do? If you get that moment. Say it's out to dinner. What's that one restaurant that was a favorite of yours? Or maybe you'd never gotten to try at all. maybe you never gotten to try it at all. Area code 401-205-3738. Hey, do I sound like a DJ there? Or a talk radio kind of guy? Jason Buckley. I think he was serious with his question, no matter how poorly worded it was. Extremely dangerous for him to ask those questions on the air. Okay, so I'm going to type back which question. We'll always take criticism. We'll always take responses. No matter how harsh it might be. Going to invite a couple of people to join us. That's the miracle of the Facebook. Now I'm curious. Did I poorly word a question? Now I want to know. (401-205-3738). Give us a call. We'd love to hear from you tonight. We've only been, we're getting on about 3 weeks or so. We've done this talk radio thing. Some nights we get some calls. Other nights it's quiet. It's crickets. Now, is that the skills or lack of the host? Is it the unfamiliarity that many have with the notion of talk radio? But give us a call. It's open lines. If you have a reaction to the interview that we have with Jacob Hornberger, I'd be grateful. Pro or con. Again, we're good for constructive criticism. What's happening with COVID in your state? The range of reactions that individuals living in a variety of states having is amazing in the diversity, as is the range of impositions that respective governments are attempting to place on people. It appears that there is no rhyme or reason to any of it. By the way, for the record, I take this illness very, very seriously. I'm not impressed at all with the government's reaction to it. I'm not talking about the petty annoyances as someone who was employed living through this. I worry gratefully for the people who own businesses and are that portion of our society. Desperately afraid that a lot of these valued community businesses aren't going to come back. In an atmosphere where, particularly here in the Northeast, where expenses are high, regulations are many, simply during normal times, opening and maintaining a successful business is a challenge. I fear that many older businesses, simply out of exhaustion, will not return. That's a problem, a huge problem. When faced with what seems to be insurmountable costs in restarting a business, how many people will just say, no, I'm all set, I'm done? You can't understate, in the creation of a business of any type, small, medium, or large, how difficult it is to bring together a cast of characters, of individuals with talents that are often complementary. The chemistry, the skills, the personalities, the cost structures, that's this crazy 1,000-piece puzzle that has to be built. And sometimes it takes years to get there. To blow that all up at once, to have those folks to have that all come out at once, it isn't easy. A friend of mine who has a catering business reflected on social media that there were folks that he'd worked with for 10 plus years. If the restaurant shows, those restaurant failure rescue shows, have done us any good, it's to show to us how complicated it is to open up a restaurant. No matter how complicated, how difficult it is to keep those restaurants intact. What say you, Governor, when it comes to the intangibles of opening a small business? While you may be giving permission to reopen the economy, and I take great umbrage at the notion that somehow we rely on government to give us permission to reopen the economy. I mean, the remarkable conceit of that is astonishing. The conceit in that you would presume to be the one to return an economy to its rightful order. That implies a power, a skill that I simply don't believe government has. (401-205-3738). What are your thoughts tonight on this sort of drizzle? That's a word a local meteorologist claimed to have invented. Oof. I say that with derision. Drizzle. That was his big invention. He was in the air for 20 years. Oy. But that's a pretty apt description of this evening in southern New England. Kind of gray and rainy and miserable. A little bit of sun wouldn't help. Now I've just fallen into the ultimate wannabe talk radio cliche, talking about how you wish the weather would change. That's not good. So, what are your thoughts, though? Is Jacob Hornberger too libertarian to run to the Libertarian Party? I should certainly hope not. We haven't been successful helping people become libertarian, nor have we been successful on whatever arbitrary standard you use to apply to the results of the physical results of an election. We haven't been successful there. So why not just be ourselves? Why do we limit Why would we presume to limit our philosophy to ourselves? If we believe it to be successful, well, why not share it? Why not run by it? Why not live by it, I should say? Why not run on it? But that's my thought. What's yours? My good friend Tony Jones, who's a local indie media legend, has a saying, let's not scare the squares. Or in his case, he wants to scare the squares. Do we become some type of the political equivalent of a biker gang? By simply elaborating on our beliefs? So, I'm dying to know what that commenter meant. Which of my questions were poorly worded? I'm not going to presume Jacob's were. Which of them were dangerous to ask on the air? I assume all my stuff's poorly worded. But dangerous? That's interesting. Why would it be dangerous to ask a question on the air? Now I'm confused. In a world of free speech, when not enough difficult questions are asked, what would be dangerous to ask on the air? On this show, we discuss third rail political issues all the time. Where do you stand on what I call waiting for Amash? Another day has gone by. Still no announcement. I agree with those people's assessment. I'm concerned that, again, we water down our message because we don't want to scare the squares. I would argue that out of 100 people hearing the message, I'd rather have 2 or 3 people that'll fight to the end with me. Go down in a flames of libertarian philosophy being screamed to the highest levels of the church. I'd much rather have that. Than some simpering near explanation For a lot of people, the concept of fiscally conservative and socially liberal are terrible use of words and don't at all reflect on the nuances of the libertarian movement. Like any current language that's used to sort of crystallize libertarian thought, it fails. And I believe it's an attempt to make us look more palatable. So, if you got a question or comment, we'll just stay on the air for a little bit. See if we can catch any additional folks who might have been on the tail end or not seen that. Again, the conversation that we had with Jacob Hornberger is now up and running. You can catch it at facebook.com/The Coalition Radio. Again, we'll share that out, and we're working on our ability to replay them on schedule. I think we'll probably go off the air at 11 tonight. That's our usual, somewhere between 11 and 12. If you're out there and you listen to this, I'd be curious as to whether some folks think talk radio is in sort of an anachronism. That people aren't really interested in calling into radio stations anymore. It's quite popular locally, particularly amongst the conservative Republican set. They see a lot of value in it. Exchange ideas, argue, bitterly complain that the to the host that if in fact he's opposed to opposed to Donald Trump, he must be a Hillary Clinton fan, much to the frustration of every single talk radio host in America, except for those that are just completely sold out. We had a couple of folks take the time to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We thank that very, very much on that. Thanks for taking the time to do that. If you're an independent media production and you want to monetize on YouTube, you have to get 1,000 followers. Or subscribers, as we call it in YouTube land. Yikes. Yikes, I say. A 1,000 subscribers. Now, if you're running a makeup channel or you've got NFL clips, 1,000 subscribers seems to be pretty easy. Maybe I need to thread in every 2 or 3 shows a football clips. Facebook.com/The Coalition Radio. Earlier this week, and it's up on the YouTube, and we'll put this up as well. Earlier this week, last night, we had Deborah Gonzalez on the air. She's with the Immigration Law Center at Roger Williams Law School. She argued successfully in federal court for some older inmates whose presence there was the result of what we used to call INS, Immigration Nationalization Service, is now ICE. And was able to successfully argue to get them released essentially on personal recognizance wearing an ankle bracelet, as opposed to having to live in essentially what is a COVID-19 petri dish, such as the life in private prisons. If you go to the Liberty blog, Civil Liberties blog, if you will, at coalitionradio.us, you will see all sorts of missives from the American Civil Liberties Union, the Rhode Island chapter, about said case. They actually had a conference hearing via telephone on a Sunday night. Now that's some criminal justice for you. On a Sunday night they got together. Originally she was to come on to our show the prior Sunday. But spent most of the week in court. It's a fascinating interview, not because I'm asking questions, but it was a fascinating interview to hear the teamwork and the sheer volume of effort it took into getting those folks released, which should have been common sense. One of the ICE detainees is diabetic. One of them had heart disease. Yeah, those folks will survive COVID. Detention on a civil event should not lead to the potential death of an individual. Just saying. So again, my congratulations to Deborah Gonzalez and the team over at Roger Williams University. Excuse me. You can tell I've been up. You can tell I've been up. So if you have a reaction to it, it's going to be on the line for a couple more minutes. Oh, we've got a call. Hold on a second. Hi there. Good evening, caller. Welcome to the Coalition. And who might I ask is calling from Nebraska?
You guessed it, Pat. David Demarest from Omaha.
One of our frequent offenders here. And David, I am so, first of all, I enjoy talking to you. I really, really do. I also appreciate the fact that you're willing to do it live on the air like this because, again, trying to bring talk radio to the libertarian audience has been a challenge. I'm not going to kid you. We get callers, but we get also significant gaps where I get to vamp and ask all sorts of questions for people I know that are out there. There's some people out there listening, but it certainly is a lot more fun if there's a conversation to be had. So what's on your mind today, David?
So, Pat, I missed your earlier questions, but I did pick up on the one about radio talk shows being anachronism. And I would tend to agree with that, but my gosh, it's a great platform for speaking your mind. I understand that for many talk shows, the attraction is primarily for folks with a conservative leaning, but occasionally you get some folks like myself with a little different slant on things. And it's a new experience for me, but with your help, I'm certainly enjoying it.
No, I thank you for that. Did you get a chance at all to listen to Jacob Hornberger's interview?
I did not, and I was kind of busy with some other related stuff, and I assume that you have that recorded.
Yep.
And I would like to listen to it. Was that today?
It was today. We were on for about an hour and a half, commercial free. God bless him. He's a patient man. And it'll be interesting to see what people's reactions are. We waxed philosophical a lot. I think the debates have aptly covered a lot of ground in terms of how people feel, or I should say how a candidate feels about a particular issue. I think we all know that for the most part, with a couple of recent deviations, most of the Libertarian candidates, by and large, are within a safe distance of the Libertarian statement of principles and the platform. I know there's been some interesting developments from a couple of campaigns and how they would approach education and taxation. But to me, at this point, we've heard from the candidates a lot. And to their credit, I mean, tremendous amount of expense going from, convention to convention to convention and, answering a lot of the same questions, a lot of the same ways. But, but that's how these guys brought, and gals, I should say, brought it to the masses. And I think we all need to take a moment and thank them for that, because I think there are certainly style differences, there are issue differences, but I think it's fair to say that we've got a wonderful crop of presidential candidates. All of them are very serious about it. Even the satirical one is very serious about it. And it shows in their preparation and their work ethic. We have a lot to be proud of here. I know that people, there's a lot, I wouldn't say negative sentiment, but there's a lot of frustration out there because of the convention and the issues surrounding that, the uncertainty of how we're going to conduct our nomination process, all that. I get it, because I'm frustrated by those too. But let's celebrate what we do have for a moment. Let's celebrate the fact that there's some great candidates out there, none of which could be confused with the other at this point. I think we can all agree on that. And we've been given a really great range of choices to pick from. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is the first year that I've really gotten a wider exposure to more of the candidates, both for internal office, but especially for President of the United States and Vice President. And I would echo what you're saying is that at least this year, going pretty deep into the list of candidates, my gosh, there's some good folks out there. Certainly a lot of difference in style, but serious candidates going quite a ways down the list. And that's amazing. And I think that bodes well for the future.
It does, and the fact that so many of them have stayed with the process for so long bodes well for the future. It allowed us to see them in a wide range of environments, debates all for the most part. That's why we here at the coalition, we've taken the approach more of having a conversational format to give them the chance to really develop on their ideas, as opposed to a debate, which is largely a minute or two soundbite on one particular issue. I think it's time to take it to the next level, and there's some great folks in the movement who are very good interviewers, and it's good to see that that's happening now. It is. We need to give these folks respect and also the opportunity to put their thoughts out there, so that because number one, it raises us all up. there's constant conversations about our philosophy, about the status of the movement, the exigent challenges we face. They're public conversation. I emphasize public conversation. There's nothing wrong with these chat rooms on Facebook and all that. I'm kind of old school, David. Public conversation allows us to hone all of our arguments, all of our presentations, how we think about issues and how we bring them to people who are inside and outside the movement. And I think it just puts us more in our A game. And it can be challenging. You have wild-eyed disagreements. But again, these are folks who have ripped themselves away from their family, spent a lot of their own money. Most of these folks are self-financed in terms of their campaign efforts. When you have a philosophy in a movement like ours, there's a tendency for us to donate our own money constantly to the movement, which is laudable. I admire those folks who, particularly some of the folks who do it on a grand scale. They give literally till it hurts. But I also would point that one of the challenges is that we need to get money from, as I love when you refer to them as the normies, that we need to start developing fundraising sources outside the movement. And it's hard. COVID has shut down so many families, so many folks' income stream, that expecting them to be able to take money away from their family at a moment like this is a challenge, to say the least. But in the bigger picture, in the longer range, we need to develop funding and outside sources for contributions so that we're not all basically donating to each other. And there's a fair amount of that. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree that reaching out is important. There's obvious limitations to preaching to the choir. So particularly this time around, I've been in tune with candidates who are addressing issues that go beyond the choir. And there are several of them that are doing that deliberately. And one example is Daniel Behrman, and had a phone call from him the other day, and we had a good chat. And I realized through expressing my interest in what he might want to consider that he is working on issues that extend beyond the choir. And I'm impressed by that. The conversation that the caucus had with Spike Cohen yesterday showed some of the same things. So I think there are several candidates who are deliberately focusing on reaching beyond the choir, and that is a good sign for the future.
No, absolutely. We have to broaden our horizons. Most of us simply can't afford to donate money to only then ask people to donate, those same people to donate back to us. It has to be broadened. Campaigns are just, despite the fact that on one level, the technology exists for a program like this to exist so that folks can affordably come on here. And there's no charge. So it's very affordable. So, this has turned out to be, in its first month or so of operation, to be a place where libertarians can come and listen to some really smart candidates, and on a couple levels. We have, the programming we do here through the coalition, and then the party itself has started something called LPTV. And if you look it up on the Facebook, if everyone should like that and share that. There's a couple of really fun series that have started. I'm involved in one of them. I'm blessed. I've been asked to, on Friday nights at 8 o'clock, we call it An Hour with the Candidates. And in that show, we have two, we call them down ballot candidates. We've had folks running from everything from the federal House of Representatives. Mostly it's been local races, to we've had some wonderful folks running for town council. And they get a half hour, and we have a conversation for a half hour. And we ask questions, and we ask questions, and they get a chance to really frame issues through the libertarian prism. And it's been fascinating because these folks are a lot of these folks, it's the first time they've appeared on camera, and they've done a remarkably good job. It also shows folks around the country just how talented some of our down ballot candidates are, and that has been a constant criticism by people that we're not doing enough to develop the bench. And again, these people are doing the heavy lifting, the local candidates on their own, and the party has come to understand how important they are to our future. I mean, these are the people, one or two of these people, not sure who yet, will be the ones who are running for Senate and president in 10 or 12 years. And they will have started out in a very traditional model using libertarian philosophy, which is they started out at local office. We had a young man, Richard Manzo, who's in New Hampshire, on the show this past weekend. Both candidates are remarkable. I met Richard once or twice. He's a New Hampshire libertarian. He's 21. Both candidates were remarkably young. Tell you about both of them. Richard is 21. He already holds one appointed, one elective office, and he's running to be a county treasurer. And his command of the issues of running local government were astounding. Even more so for someone who's really just out of school, really understood the structure of how things get done. That experience is invaluable, and it overcomes a credibility gap when folks in the duopoly who love to throw pie in our eye use the cheap shots like, well, you guys have never run anything, which again, if you look at our presidential candidates in 2016, was ridiculous because they'd run states, they'd run a whole lot of things. But the notion that we've got young folks in their early 20s, Sasha Cohen was the other guest, and who helped run a very sophisticated national campaign for the presidency for for Mr. Yang. His true home is the Libertarian Party, but the techniques that he had picked up in working in the field for Mr. Yang are invaluable, and again points to a level of sophistication on the younger level of the libertarian movement, which bodes very well for the future. And these are the people, again, that 10 or 15 years from now, after having held elective and appointed office, will run for higher office, really understanding the nuts and bolts of the system that they're going to hopefully take apart, right? I mean, isn't that the end goal? First, you have to know the enemy. I use that term loosely here, David, but first you have to understand the challenge. How's that for a better one? Before you can attack it. Common sense, isn't it?
Exactly. So more and more the younger folks that are getting into this come into it realizing that it's going to take more than just one effort to be successful in running for office. Mm-hmm. And by golly, these folks are setting an example. They are being leaders by example. In the past, we have expected that to come from higher offices within the Libertarian Party, and of course it still does. But I'm very pleasantly surprised with the level of leadership by example that's coming from folks running for local offices. A lot of libertarians are now realizing that we have to build a farm team. You can't just run for president and senator and House of Representatives and expect to accomplish much without building a farm team first. And I think that we're making good strides in that area. Now, I've got a question for you, Pat. In the people that you've been talking to, just in the very recent days, we've become more aware of concerns with political parties holding conventions, when they're going to hold them, how it's going to be affected by the pandemic. And, of course, the Libertarian Party is going through that exercise. Have you had much input from the folks that you've talked to about concerns or suggestions or thoughts on how, when, and where to hold the convention this year?
I think despite Herculean efforts by the Convention Oversight Committee, and I mean Herculean, and I think genuine efforts by folks on the LNC, I think folks are still, the options I would say are Byzantine. And I think they're still confused about what direction to go in. People just, I mean, there are so many issues at stake. Even something as straightforward as saying, okay, let's move the convention to the July 4th weekend. There's still no guarantees that people will be able to move amongst borders. And so there's just no guarantees at all. And so as a result, I think people are just don't know what to do. There's still this hope that somehow we can make it magically an electronic meeting. And I'd say that the only thing that everyone seems to be frustrated by is that there's still a belief out there that they could be, that they could somehow, without any intervention, change to a digital meeting. And it can't. There has to be an intermediary step before it becomes an all-digital election. And when that's explained to folks, they're extremely concerned about the notion of what could happen if you put together a convention, this quote-unquote rump convention. I think people are very concerned about that. And to the point of being worried that, and no one's pointing out any one individual for mischief, but there are several issues which are highly contentious within our movement. Actually, all issues are highly contentious within our movement. There's folks who differ on the degree of whether or not we should be open borders or somehow mitigate the system that's in place right now. There are some people who worry about the impact on the abortion plank. There are others, folks, who wonder if the sex workers plank would be put up. There are other people who believe in that it could go so far in a small convention to alter, in a very small convention, to alter our statement of principles. And again, thank goodness Karen Ann Harlos and a number of other people worked so aggressively to refine and to make sure that people understood that you would need, 82.5% or 7/8, I believe it was, of an existing convention in order to get that changed. So that while that may seem unlikely, and while we take it good faith, the fact that people would open up the convention with a limited number of people, the fact remains is that there is nothing, if that convention is open, it is not wrong by any standards of the bylaws or any standards of anything that other things should be changed. And promises can be made, and it just takes one or two people to bring on the chaos. So there are challenges at every level of this. I think everyone agrees that when it comes to the presidential candidate, that there needs to be some type of electronic tabulation, if you will, of where folks stand from the existing delegates, and the technology at some level appears to be in place based on the CRM system and the membership system that the LP office has put in place. Whether that's been field tested at that level yet, it was for the contest that was had on activism. So that exists at some level. But there's just so many uncertainties. And it just becomes a gigantic exercise in circular logic because no one's really sure where to go with this. So there's a lot of confusion. And I don't fault anyone for that. But folks need to understand, too, that we are an organization that is run by bylaws. And there are serious recriminations on a moral and legal level if we violate those bylaws. It ain't simple as simply making it up as we go along. We don't get to do this. This is not. You have to be of a certain age maybe to remember the Bowery Boys and our gang, but this ain't the He-Man Woman Haters Club. From Spanky and our gang, it ain't. We can have a simple up and down whether they wanted to build a new treehouse or something. This is a lot more complicated than that. So to answer your question with a question in a classic format, I don't know.
It's tough. I think it can be simplified, actually. I am less concerned about threats to the statement of principles and, concerns about caucuses taking over, taking advantage of difficulties and bringing even a necessary meeting of the Libertarian National Committee together. I am less concerned about that. I think that we need to focus on the biggest threat, and that is making sure that delegate wishes are taken into account by the Libertarian National Committee in selecting the presidential and vice presidential candidates. If they are unsuccessful in doing that, we've got all kinds of problems. I mean, delegates will just say, well, we're not being respected. They will either disengage or they will go a different direction. Now, frankly, I think wiser heads and cooler heads will prevail and ensure what you suggested is pretty much agreed by everybody, but it's not a done deal yet, and that is to ensure that the wishes of the national delegates are taken into account in the selection of the presidential, vice presidential ticket. That is my major concern. If we look at the other things fall into place. We could have a lot of options on perhaps having a later, larger convention. If it takes place in July, I would suspect that it would just be the LNC. We don't know when things will be sufficiently lifted at the government lockout level type of a restriction. We don't know when that will occur. We don't know when it will be safe to have a larger convention. So I've heard some ideas about once we ensure that we've selected a presidential and vice presidential candidate, then we can figure out a later convention to be attended by much larger numbers. And at that point, the candidates will already have been selected, and the ensuing later convention, perhaps even as late as the middle of October, would be a celebration of a ticket that's already been selected, and we would, reduce the contentiousness of it, might reduce the fun a little bit, but it would be a huge celebration of a ticket that's already been selected and agreed upon. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I believe that's probably the way to go. I mean, the critical thing is we need to, 30 days from now, a month from now, a month from today, we should have just been finishing up the convention. We all should have gotten home a day or so ago, and we all were to be focused on how do we hit the ground running this time. One of my, if you will, complaints, criticisms of the 2016 election is that there was this lull between when the campaign started and the convention, and we don't have a lot of time on our hands. We've got ballot challenges, we've got fundamental challenges that up and down our organization right now. What we have to help with that is a lot of great people and some great candidates. So let's focus on the positive and face those challenges square in the eye, but at the same time, let's start doing it quickly. Let's not waste days, weeks. So I just want to get the other stuff can wait a month or two. I would just like to get the president and vice presidential candidate nominated so they can start the fundraise, they can start the message, they can get out there, and they can argue their case with the American people. We need every bit of jump on the duopoly that we can get. We just lost another day today. We just did.
That's a fact.
Every day is critical. Every day is a possible interview, And it's, what's great is we've got this tradition in our party of a really strong independent media. Our own folks have grown up. We've got lots of ways to get our candidates out there. Now we just have to start to look more outward. I mean, the interviews I've had so far, and I hope I have a few more, have been wonderful. Each very different, as are the candidates. So I know I'll be taking the ones that I've done and put them on a webpage, and I'm going to share them with the normies, as they say. And I'm sure they will be impactful. For the folks that we can actually get, and one of the existential challenges of American politics today is to actually get someone to read the article, not just like it because you like to agree with the first 3 lines of it or the heading, to get someone to actually listen to the interview who didn't hear it. That's a challenge in and of itself. It's a challenge we need to start addressing right away. So I know I'm going to take the interviews that I've done and put them on a page and share them out there and see if, we can get folks interested in some of these folks. And again, there's you can't say there's any one mold for these folks at any level. There's just not. And that's in distinct contrast to the coronation that takes place in the duopoly. Both candidates, the one from the Republican, the one from the Democratic Party, there exists a considerable amount of disenchantment. How's that for the word for tonight? Trying to keep it clean here, Don. Disenchantment.
Well put.
I mean, as much as I am not a fan of Bill Weld, to his credit, in a couple of candidacies he was, in a couple of the races that he ran in, the primaries, what was it, New Hampshire? Did he get 11%? I mean, again, not a fan, but I'm just looking it up as we go. See, that's a great thing about the camera being elevated so high, you don't see me scrambling to figure something out. By the way, why is they only ever list the Democratic primary results? So Bill Weld got 9.1% of the vote. You and I is
amazing.
Is for running against an incumbent. And he in the combined opposition. And when I say this, people will laugh at first, but think about it. Donald Trump only got 85.6% of the vote. The fact that nearly 14% of Republicans voted against an incumbent, that's amazing. Those are not happy numbers at all.
Particularly without a serious candidate to oppose him. That was more a within the party rebuke to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm going back to going back a bit. I want to see what some prior results were. All right, so George W. Bush in most primaries, now it's interesting because he did get challenged in New Hampshire, but in most primaries, he was over 95 to 99%. So it's
Right.
So it's, and we all know what happened, and we know that there's considerable, as they would say, upset in the Democratic world with the Bernie Bros and all those folks. There's considerable amount of discontent. There's a word I was probably looking for all along, with the outcome, and the fact that, and clearly what was a staged event, Buttigieg et al. All bailed within 2 or 3 days of each other, and essentially handed it to crazy Uncle Joe Biden. Which kills me on multiple levels. I know that in the tiny part that I will play in the presidential election in 2020, I will be tirelessly making people understand that Joe Biden is an architect of some of the worst domestic and foreign policy in this nation's history. Tirelessly. To point out the fraud that he is. This caricature of him being a kindly old man. Yeah, I think you and I know better. As a senator, he has a track record, and it is vicious. Both in supporting the war on drugs, on the Second Amendment, foreign adventures, cronyism with his own family. You know, these are facts. It's indisputable. It's public record. It happened. This is not Oppo research. This is not going negative. It's a manifestation, a representation of what actually happened during his lengthy career. I'm wondering, and just on top of that, I'm wondering if the man's ever actually worked a non-government job in his life. Has it been about 50 years since his involvement?
I certainly haven't heard about it.
Yeah, neither have I. So I don't know, Chief. There's headway to be made. There is. Sasha Cohen, who is running, I believe, for the Illinois 70th District, who was on the LP TV show this past week, talked about his efforts to reach out based on a variety of our policies and beliefs as libertarians, to reach out to the political left to see if there are voters to be had. I did not walk away with the impression that he was trying to convert us into socialists. What I thought it was an accurate representation of the synergies and overlaps between some of our philosophies and those of the progressive left. Folks need to understand one simple fact. There's a difference between getting people to join your organization, and there's another difference between trying to get people to vote for you.
Exactly.
We won't get elected to dog catcher if we only will allow us to seek support from other libertarians. There just aren't enough of us. So you got to make, and the war on drugs is a critical overlap. David, yesterday I had two folks on, one of which is an attorney for the Americans. She's an attorney. She practices in Rhode Island. The interview's up there. Fascinating individual. Of Brazilian descent. She tirelessly volunteers. In addition to teaching a full course load at the Roger Williams University, she runs a immigration law center there. There's a law school in Rhode Island. And she does pro bono work for the American Civil Liberties Union. And in this case, she managed to get two folks extricated, if you will, who had had some criminality in their past, but were currently being held on ICE-related civil charges at a for-profit prison in Central Falls, Rhode Island, which she and through their team adequately demonstrated to such a degree to a federal judge on a conference call on a Sunday night that she met. I don't know how they did that. I don't know how they pulled that one off. All right. That, in fact, that these two individuals who were both, I believe, in their 50s and 60s, double check me on that, both of whom had serious medical conditions, both of whom were for an extended period of time spent in this facility would have been a death sentence. And regardless of how you feel about perhaps their criminal past, which I don't think was substantial, perhaps despite how you feel about the folks, the facts that they were here and one had a deport order, one didn't, but that they were tangled up with ICE. Our Supreme Court and our system of justice has said time and time again that if in fact you are detained, and in fact you are imprisoned, you are to expect a base level of safety. Doesn't mean you get full 80-channel cable. Doesn't mean you get, petite filet mignon for dinner. But it does mean that as opposed to this prison where they literally were washing floors with just water, that there should be some level of disinfectant in it, that they shouldn't have to eat dinner in the worst communicable disease in this century now, literally almost to the day, that they shouldn't have to eat dinner when the rest of the nation is being mandated to socially distant from each other. And she won. And then following up her was an organization called Never Forget, and there's a Rhode Island chapter. And these are young Jewish folks from around the country who see, and I happen to agree with them, as controversial as that might be, see in our criminal justice system evolving a situation not unlike what happened in the run-up to what we become to know as Nazi Germany. Elimination of civil rights, mass imprisonments. There's a case to be made there. I'll just put that there, lay that out there. I know some people are going, oh, he didn't just say that, did he? Yes, I did, because it's my radio station. So, it
comes on so gradually that people get desensitized to the direction that it's going. And, it's a little nibble here and a big chunk there and then another nibble. And it is very concerning. And there's a host of problems there. But one of the basic ones is that our legal system focuses on punitive damages as opposed to restitution for the victims. And the way it works now, the victims suffer twice. They don't get restitution. They get abused by the initial act of the perpetrator, and then they get put through an excruciating legal ringer that where they basically experience the problem twice and still don't get resolution. Mm-hmm. And the punitive direction, well, obviously you have to take people out of circulation that are a threat to other people, but their punitive approach isn't working in terms of preventing repeat offenses and that type of thing. So it's a huge concern, and it goes deeper than that. The whole issue of how laws are legitimized in the first place, and that's a deeper subject we probably shouldn't get into tonight. But our legal system it's in serious trouble.
I have a saying that I co-opted completely from another individual. There's a talk show host in the Boston area, a guy named Howie Carr. And he would always say, in the halls of liberty, liberty is in the halls. An ode to, if you will, the negotiated nature of the criminal justice system. Very often dependent on the quality, connections, and expense of your legal team. But he's right. So it remains a crisis, and again, you look at situations like Ferguson, Missouri. None other than the Department of Justice in the second report. Everyone talks about the one report, David, where the actual, which focuses on the shooting that took place and the result of it with the young man. Very few actually take the time to read the second study, which focuses extensively on the social, political, and cultural climate of Ferguson, Missouri in the run-up to the riots, in which a militaristic police force had literally turned every day into an exercise in stop and frisk for a significant part of the minority community there. And it became, according to this study, very much an example of almost a hostile takeover, an invasion by law enforcement. And again, heavily militarized. We've all seen the pictures of these guys going in with the heavy duty personal armament, the armored personnel carriers, all vestiges, if you will, of the Gulf War. Now, on one hand, I want to respect the fact that, and some of these folks are putting themselves in harm's way, but how much of that harm's way is a result of this oppressive culture that's been created? And those are the kind of difficult questions that have to be discussed. Because one segment of our political society will hush us immediately because that allegedly shows disrespect to the thin blue line. I'm not sure why in America we can no longer have conversations about difficult issues because somehow taking one approach to the other commits one to an ideological bent that is simply a narrative created by other people. So I say to folks, we have to talk about these hard issues. I call them third rail issues. And but no one wants to have that conversation, I guess, except folks like us, David.
There's a lot of challenges there. The way it appears to me, one concern is what type of person does it attract who wants to be part of law enforcement? And we know there's some good people in there. I have a niece who is a deputy sheriff in a nearby county, and I have no doubt that she is handling her responsibilities professionally. But I have grave concerns overall about the type of people that are attracted to this environment, and particularly ones who will deliberately take advantage of it. But not only those, but folks who might be well-intentioned, but the atmosphere that they're subjected to, my gosh, the temptations are in the wrong direction and lead to pretty horrific abuse. Is that your take on it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the problem is that we've become so accustomed to what passes for aggressive, timely police action in some quarters is horribly abusive. But there is an element in the political world, particularly on the neocon side, on the side that follows the thin blue line regardless of the circumstances, that are willing to rationalize any behavior because they file under the most hated cliche in the world of civil libertarians is folks who say when it comes to your relationship with the police and a police stop or a police search, well, if you've done nothing wrong, you've got nothing to be worried about. And someone who is a believer in the Fourth Amendment, as I am, and there are many of us out there, by the way, who champion the Fourth Amendment. I know a civil rights attorney in this town who's actually got the Fourth Amendment tattooed on her. How about that? That's commitment.
Really?
Honest to God. A fine woman who entered law school later in life and has done some amazing stuff. She wrote a tome for the local chapter of the ACLU about what to do if you get arrested. And she passed that out to people who engage in one of your favorite subjects, civil disobedience. I will get you a copy of that. I don't know if they still have it on.
I'll be interested to see that.
I'm going to look right now. what to do. Google is the most powerful tool for any talk radio host. That's all I'm going to say. It's just amazing things for you.
Well, the point of fact is, most of my education, even though I went back to school in 2005, most of my education was via Google and Wikipedia.
Oh, here it is. It's know your rights, what to do if you're stopped by the police, FBI, or immigration. I'm going to send you that link right now, which will also bring you directly to the Rhode Island chapter of Your American Civil Liberties Union, of which I am officially a fanboy. You didn't know you'd be a fanboy of a not-for-profit, did you? I'm a fan. No, I just find that they do, for all listen, to me, the ultimate testament of their efficacy is that essentially at one point or another, everybody hates them. And if everybody hates you, that means you're probably doing something right, because that means you've managed to stand on principle, all right, more times than people
right.
would have you. And there you go. Just sent it to you. I'll find out. I believe that's the one.
I noticed that ALCU speakers are often invited to libertarian events, and while they're nonpartisan, there is a connection there, a synergy that I appreciate.
Well, it varies on a state-by-state basis, and I've remarked before to people, when I've met people out in the world and we start talking about the ACLU and they're involved with the ACLU on some level, I point out that the Rhode Island chapter is very active. And here you have the tiniest state, whose political, now I'm going to go to a reference that only you and I will get, whose political bosses, or the milieu here, often reminds me of Potterville from It's a Wonderful Life. Just kind of throw that out there. The people recognize the efforts of the Rhode Island chapter immediately. There's a gentleman by the name of Stephen Brown, who's the executive director. He's not a lawyer, but he spends a great deal of time looking at the type of cases that they are going to prosecute, if you will. Listen, they've passed along a complaint for me. I've got a local state rep who's chosen to block me on social media. Now, it's ironic. I've been far harsher to other people. The only thing she can say about me is I've called her a couple times to get to very politely. I don't, unless you work for Verizon, I don't yell at you on the phone. Okay, I just don't. Verizon, I yell at on the phone. But I've called her very professionally. I've left a handful of messages asking her about where she stood on certain legislation. I think that's a fair request by someone, regardless of whether I'm in the pseudo media or not. I think I'm entitled to return phone call. So I started this campaign where probably about a half a dozen times in 2 or 3 years I mentioned that, by the way, I responded to a couple of her tweets and said, by the way, why don't you return phone calls? That's about as harsh as I got. I never called her outside of normal business hours. I never called her on any home numbers. I only called her those few times on the published number off of the State House website. I never used my voice, never insulted her, never used pejoratives, certainly never used obscenities. I find being bitterly sarcastic is far more effective than dropping the F-bomb. Bitterly sarcastic. But I didn't even do that. She's blocked me on social media. That's a no-no. People who are elected to office and representatives of state, municipal, and federal government are not allowed to block you on social media. There's case law. It's kind of like public servant 101. So does that mean I get to ask somebody to send her a polite but terse letter? Yes, it does. Does that mean I'll take advantage of that opportunity? Yes. Yes, I will. And if anyone out there has ever been blocked by that, or you have, I can't imagine anyone blocking you on social media, but it could be out there. That's a no-no. You don't get to do that. Federal courts. And Donald Trump is one of the decisions. The Trump people tried to block a handful of people. Nope. Even if it's your personal social media account, if the minute you use it to project anything to do with the business of running your office, whatever that office is, open territory then. Open territory.
And that's the way it should be.
Oh, absolutely. What I've never understood, I'm going to toss a question your way. Why, and it's a semi-rhetorical one, but I love your reflection. Why do folks in positions of public power simply refuse to engage in debate or engage in back and forth in conversations? I'll debate anybody. Listen, the only stuff I post about is stuff that I've spent a considerable amount of time reading about, think about, talk to people who are smarter than I am, all of that. So that's the only thing I'll ever post on. I don't go out there and spend hours a day, wildly projecting on every issue out there. So as a result, I feel pretty comfortable when I post. On those issues, I'll debate anyone, anytime, anywhere, any place. Someone wants to get into it with me right now, I'll do it. And those issues that I don't know anything about, I'll say, listen, I'll give way into your expertise. I'm not an expert on that. That's why I haven't published an opinion. But why wouldn't someone who's part of the Democratic or Republican traditions want to get into it with me? Seems like a lost opportunity.
Well, I post a lot, and I make it a practice, unless the responses are totally unrelated, off the wall, or inflammatory. If nothing else, if I don't understand what they're saying, I will put out 3 question marks, which basically says, I'm interested in what you have to say, but your message isn't coming through. So obviously in the case of public officials, it's laid out by law. They should be responsive to it, and they should not be blocking. So even when I get some pretty ugly responses to some of my postings, I just leave it there. I figure if I'm correct in my assessment that they're really making themselves look ridiculous, there's a fair chance that that's the case. And by leaving it up there, they get their just desserts. So I don't think that I have ever blocked anyone on social media. I get some occasional stuff on Messenger where it's obviously looking for money and borderline scam stuff, and that stuff I will unfriend that type of person, or if they end up pushing pornography my way or something like that, then they go off the list. But if it's just somebody who disagrees with me, I leave that stuff up there, and whenever possible, where I can see an appropriate response, I respond to it. And I look on it as an opportunity to clarify my own views and rethink how I would approach expressing this and finding out better ways to pass on information. And it's also an opportunity to throw out new ideas. And I'm pleasantly surprised a fair percentage of the time when I get a response that clearly is antagonistic, and I'm able to pick out something good in it and build on it and turn the conversation around. All this business of friending and unfriending and blocking and all that stuff, man, that strikes me as really a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, I just I don't want it to get to that point. I mean, again, if I disagree with you on something, I'll point that out and be polite, be respectful, and move on. I just don't have this need. I don't have the energy. Frankly, I don't have the time. Yikes, all this time folks spend just, and yet they're convinced, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe they have converted all sorts of people, but they all seem to feel like they've converted all these people into the liberty movement, and I guess I'd like to see. I'm not trying to put people on the spot or denigrate their efforts, but it just seems like it's almost misplaced. I would love to see that effort, at least part of that. I mean, and again, if people enjoy doing it, great. Okay, who am I to tell you, what to spend your afternoon doing? But I just wish some of that effort was put into, bluntly, taking to the streets, whether it be civil disobedience, whether it be protests, whether it be testifying at state and local and federal opportunities. Any of those things I wish people would do rather than, just beat themselves into oblivion over this. Again, I guess I just don't get it. In the same way that other people probably look at me and say, although it's funny, David, there is ageism in the liberty movement. I'll make that criticism to some people, and it's kind of funny because I'll get the meme of the dinosaur, or you don't get social media, and then I point out that I've got not the social media following that some have, but between all my stuff, I got a 5-figure social media following, and I, along with a couple of really good people, run an internet-based pseudo radio, pseudo television operation with a half a dozen websites and all that tied into it, and then they look confused. Because just as I use these as a way of outreach. Over the past week or so, for those who've taken the time to watch, and a few thousand people have, actually several thousand people have, maybe not tens, but several thousand people have, been able to use a simple platform like this to get 6 or 7 really interesting presidential candidates out there, everyone from Phil Gray to Jacob Hornberger and a bunch of people in between, to give them an opportunity to talk to people. That's the value to me of social media. And I've been able to use it to publicize events. That's the value.
I really like your new format, which allows the folks on the phone to ask questions to the person that you're interviewing. That's working out very well.
Yeah, we're trying to expand that. I'm going to ask. I think I mentioned this to you the other day. I've already mentioned it to Vermin's people, but I would love to open up the phone lines for Jacob, for Vermin, for Phil, actually for all of them. I think they all deserve the opportunity, if they think it's worthwhile, for people to call in and just ask a question just on the phone, just like folks. One of the earliest experiences I had with the Big L LP, and I think I've told you the story before, but one kind of cold night, I'm driving down the highway. It's late. I'm listening to a radio station called WBZ, 1030 AM, 50,000 watt channel, broadcasting out of Boston. I've heard it personally as far away as Tennessee on the radio. And some guy is talking, and the host is talking about how this guy advocates for personal responsibility and small government and self-ownership. And I'm like, all right, you're kind of I've been driving for hours. I'm kind of in the white line fever, we used to call it back in the 70s, kind of, half listening, and it just kind of snaps me out of my reverie. And so I decide to listen in a little bit. And he talks to 2 or 3 callers, and he's running for the presidency. I'm like, holy shnikes, this sounds interesting. So I call in, and the host is a guy named Dan Ray, who's still on the air. Great show. He makes fun of me as a libertarian all the time. Gentle humor. I'll tell you my revenge on him. So I call him up and said, he goes, well, Pat, at the time I'd call him like once every week or two, so he recognized me. Pat, I know you're a small government kind of guy. This might be the guy for you. And the guy gets on the line. They patch the guy in, and the guy goes, so, hey, my name's Gary Johnson. What's yours?
Wow.
True story.
That's great.
And how many years later, that was my first exposure to real exposure to the Libertarian Party. So thanks to him, you're stuck with me. You know.
And I imagine that venue was more of a conservative venue.
No, it's interesting. This is a show called Nightline. It's on AM 1030 WBZ. He has gotten over time. He and I completely disagree on immigration. He's not a troglodyte about it, but he's more of a constitutionalist about it. Whereas one day there was a moment between us when he accused you believe in open borders. I don't know what he expected me to say. I mean, he wanted me to do, the shuffle, cue the Fred Astaire song, right, with the tapping. I said, yes, I am. And he had no idea what to say, because getting back to my argument on radicalism with Jacob today, people just need to be. There's a local guy here named Tony Jones who helped keep the lights on in the libertarian movement, and he always uses. He's kind of a self-styled 50 hipster type guy, great guy, very talented, and let's scare the squares. So I guess the feeling is somehow if we say, or as I like to say from Dana Carvey, wouldn't be prudent, that somehow we're going to scare the squares, as if it's something out of one of those 1950s biker movies, right? Remember those where the bikers came in and met the nice girl and kidnapped her and took over the town? Yeah, that's somehow.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're going to do as radical libertarians. But let me tell you how I got my revenge on Dan for teasing me for all those years. So his son, Dan Ray Jr. or the third, very nice guy, young guy. He became the vice president, if you will, for an organization called the Pawtucket Red Sox. And Dan, we don't talk that often. He doesn't know who I am. I'm no A-list player or something else like that. And libertarians in Rhode Island helped beat the Pawtucket Red Sox twice in their attempt to get $100 million subsidies. And we played a prominent role in it, all of us as a team. And so the last time was so bad, they ended up leaving the state, going to Massachusetts, where they got a $100 million subsidy. But in between that and then, I got to say to him on the air, I said, Dan, hey, I met your son the other day at the Pawtucket Red Sox. You got to tell him I said hi. He goes, oh, okay, yeah, well, you just meet him in the halls? Yeah, I just met him in the halls. So I guess he said to his son, so this guy, Pat Ford from Rhode Island, you know him? Magic moments there.
Yeah.
But by the way, the after effect of that, so since it's only a couple of us on the line right now, so I'll ramble on a little bit about the story. The really fitting end to this was that the state of Massachusetts, completely uncharacteristically, because they typically don't do these type of things, decided to go all in, gave the now Worcester, Massachusetts Red Sox basically a $100 million subsidy to build this baseball stadium for them. And about 2-3 months ago, as we say in Massachusetts, they had to come back and we told, there's a rivalry between Worcester and Providence. We're in kind of gritty cities, mill towns in the Northeast, and the Worcester people were celebrating, and I'm like, a bunch of people reached out to me because I was attached to it publicly, and people were reaching out, we got your team, and I'm like, thank God. I said, dude, I didn't have another fight left in me. I'm done. You taking them away was the best thing that ever happened to me. I get to have something of a life now. And they were completely nonplussed, completely like, yeah, you're just saying that. No, dude, congratulations. They're all yours. So about 2-3 months ago, the same Worcester Red Sox had to go back to the city of Worcester and ask for something along the lines of a supplemental addition to their budget of $33 million.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes. And yet there's more. Because when it comes to crony capitalism, everyone goes home a loser, and there's always parting gifts, right? So
yep.
Guess what got shut down on the first day of Corona? Construction of the Worcester, Massachusetts Polar Park for their Worcester Red Sox.
And that was a no-brainer. I mean, yep.
So now, they stopped the construction because of the plague. Don't know when it'll restart. Don't know what appetite there is for minor league baseball. We had pointed out, we took it on two different levels. On the economic level, which actually became secondary to us after a while, we pointed out that the very nature of minor league baseball was changing. Since that happened, the Red Sox have taken away the connection with their single A affiliate. I don't know if you're a baseball fan at all, but that's considered the low minor leagues. And now there's active consideration for, depending on what type of major league schedule is, closing out AAA entirely. So there is a small chance. I actually hope it doesn't happen. Now, even though I'll get to have the ultimate "I told you so," there is a small chance that baseball may never be played in Worcester, and they will spend 50 or 75. I have no idea how much they spend already on a project that, who knows if it'll come to fruition. But you beat us.
Learning the lesson the hard way.
How many times does this happen? And the other irony is that there is a sports economist. All right. And it's interesting because how can I put this best? His name is Victor Matheson. He's been on the show a couple times. And he runs something called the Journal of Sports Economics. He's an economist who looks at the Olympics, stadiums, publicly subsidized stadiums, issues like that, and preaches very effectively to the foolishness involved. Does analysis of they always cite that there's going to be ancillary benefits to it. They talk about the TIF financing. There's a whole world to this. And he points this out all the time, that these kind of things happen. Now, no one anticipated Corona, obviously, COVID, but he points out how fraught with danger they are. By the way, that's the official big word today. How about that? You and I just dropped the fraught card. All right?
I'm impressed.
Don't be. I'm the. So we fraught with danger. Ironically, from his office as an economist at the College of the Holy Cross, he is mere walking distance, if you will, to said Polar Park. So life is filled with ironies, isn't it?
It certainly is. Your mentioning of Worcester strikes a chord with me. Most of my male relatives, except for my dad, on both sides of the family, were engineers. And out east, a lot of them went to Worcester Poly.
A great school.
In
fact,
and of course, George Phillies. He was physics professor there.
Yep.
I had a chance to go to Worcester. They were willing to finance, I think, half of my, on a scholarship, half of my tuition. I chose to go instead to Rensselaer up in Troy, New York, which actually was my dad's alma mater.
Well, Rensselaer is a pretty good school. Pretty good school. Yikes. Rensselaer is about the best. At the time that they were ranked about third. I applied to Caltech and MIT and Rensselaer and several other good ones, Worcester and I think Ball State in Indiana and Iowa State and Nebraska, as I recall. Right.
And couldn't cut the mustard at Caltech or MIT, but was able to get into RPI. But kind of wish I'd gone to Worcester.
It's well, if you're familiar with engineering, RPI is a very special place. But Worcester is this kind of gritty mill town going through its own little renaissance. Unfortunately, people often...
It's a good school, though.
Oh, absolutely. No, I've had friends, and I have a friend who has a daughter there. And the problem is these cities conflate organic economic development with these grotesque private-public partnerships, which often have the unintended side effect of diffusing the organic economic development that takes place. They often get in the way more so than actually ever provide any real economic benefit to people who live in the community, if not inducing levels of artificial, they boost housing prices increases, they subsidize higher level housing. It's they typically, if they have any side impact, it's to increase the rate of temporary gentrification, I call it. They're typically really bad deals for the people who live there, which begs the question: who is economic development supposed to be for? The people who've actually lived in the community, sometimes families for 3 or 4 generations, or outsiders who are going to parachute in and burn the village before they save it. That's what I often wonder. But that's, again, a whole nother conversation. I would love to have a panel conversation on here about crony corporatism, and the real impact on communities, and why libertarians need to fight it tooth and nail. I mean, that's a whole separate conversation that we need to have. I don't think we pay enough attention to that issue as libertarians.
Well, essentially that's the second evil. I mean, institutional authoritarianism is a generic problem, and it isn't just government. It's the folks that are in bed with the government, and obviously a substantial portion of the larger corporations do that as a matter of survival. They get big and lethargic, and they have a choice of competing with the smaller, hungrier entrepreneurs, and they have 2 choices. They can reinvent themselves like the Caterpillar company did, and some have done that successfully, or they can get in bed with the government so they can avoid that competition.
Right.
And of course, the factor of the artificial corporate entity is a complicating factor that could be a whole topic unto itself.
Absolutely. Well, we've reached the midnight hour. At least here in Rhode Island. Here in Rhode Island, yes, we have.
And my wife is reminding me that it's 11 o'clock here.
This is what happens. Do you see how addicting talk radio can be? There are people listening.
It is.
The idea to share ideas, knowing that other people are listening, is truly a narcotic, an intellectual narcotic. It's theater of the mind to the nth degree. The notion that you could share your ideas, debate them live on the air, ordinary ham and eggers, like you and me, regular guys, not really knowing who will, who could be listening. I mean, I'm just digging up an old story here. Do you remember Dick Morris?
Name rings a bell.
He was, I believe, basically ran Clinton's re-election campaign. He may have been chief of staff.
Oh, okay.
He got busted out of the White House because of he had some ill-conceived dalliances, if you will, involving his predilection for women's feet. But that was a whole other story. So,
oh dear.
And again, tell me, we've known each other for a while now, so you can tell me if I start repeating myself. But I think my favorite talk radio station story, if you will, of all time was this. So, right around that time, I was a caller to a Providence area talk radio host, a woman by the name of Marianne Sorrentino, who later grew to claim and fame as for having been live broadcast. I remember I mentioned a guy named Howie Carr. She live broadcasted, this is when radio was king, via radio and the miracle of radio, Howie Carr's vasectomy. But that's another story. But she was pretty outrageous. And I was a freaking frequent caller to her. So after Mr. Morris left the, if you will, the luxurious confines of your White House, he got a job with one of the cable networks, and his show debuted. So coincidentally, the next day, I called her about something, and she goes, "By the way, what did you? You're the type that would have listened to it. Did you listen to Dick Morris last night on, let's just say CNN?" And I think he was hosting a debate, and he and I said, "Yeah, I did." And she goes, "Well, what did you think?" And I said, "Well, I said he committed the worst sin, I think, on Talking Head TV. He was boring, really, really boring, particularly given the circumstances with which he left the White House, being a foot fetishist." She goes, "Really?" And without missing a beat, she says live on the air, "So, Dick, this guy from Rhode Island thought you were boring last night. He was on the air the whole time."
Oh, wow.
So through the miracle of talk radio, because I didn't know he was coming on as a guest. They had him queued up. Through the miracle of talk radio, I got to tell Dick Morris, probably on one of the lowest moments of his life, all right, that he was boring, really, really boring and disappointing. Now,
in spite of his foot fetish.
In spite of his foot fetish. I mean, yikes. So that's the miracle of talk radio.
Yep.
You never know who's listening.
Yep.
You never know who you're going to talk to, and yet you can. And that's why I still have high hopes for it for the libertarian movement. Let's have and I think it may be generational. It may be the fact that you and I like to have conversations, and I think the current generation feels much more comfortable texting or in a chat room. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just need to get someone who's better at it than me. But I still have high hopes that I can somehow incorporate talk radio into the libertarian movement to get people excited about exchanging ideas verbally as opposed to just typing at each other.
I would guess that a lot of libertarians are biased for the same reason that I was, that most talk shows focused on conservative issues. Now, of course, they got local folks, and that part is always entertaining, but I was kind of put off by some of the overly conservative point of view and occasional conspiracy theories, and I couldn't get into that. So just a quick story. I got more inspiration in the libertarian direction from TV initially, and I just in the last day or two, I recalled that the series called The Prisoner. Do you recall that?
This is where is this the one where he's looking for the one-armed man? Or no, that's
that could have been part of it.
No, that was The Fugitive.
The actor was Patrick McGowan or something like that.
Right. As I remember, that was one of the last great black and white, if I remember correctly.
Well, you mentioned the fact that somebody started talking about small business and that type of thing, and that caught your attention. Well, so I just happened to be watching this prisoner thing, and some keywords came up, and I thought, aha. And at that time, I wasn't directly associated with the Libertarian Party. I was very much in that camp after reading Atlas Shrugged years before, but I picked up on keywords and got hooked on that. It wasn't a perfect show, but it was so much different from other shows, and it was a bit paranoid, but that was part of the element of drawing in the crowd. But the focus on independence and being your own person and resisting abuse from above and stuff like that. So yesterday I ordered the whole Prisoner series, and by gosh, it covered 5 or 6 seasons. And I was able to get a pretty good deal used. So anyway, that connected me. Now that you have exposed me to libertarian talk radio, of course I'm already there, but I think it has a lot of potential. It'll take a while because folks are used to a more conservative trend in talk radio, particularly on AM.
Right.
But I think it's got a lot of potential.
It's just a question of getting people hooked. Ken Molman is a great caller. He calls in from time to time, and he's the type of person, he can carry on a conversation for quite a while. By the way, I was also a big fan of The Saint. Do you remember The Saint?
Oh, yes.
That was a great TV series.
So, Pat, to date myself, when I grew up, and this would have been starting in the late 40s, early 50s, family entertainment back then, TV was just barely on the scene, and it was just a little daytime stuff with poor reception, with the Howdy Doody show and stuff like that. The family entertainment was radio on Sunday evening with our Miss Brooks and The Saint and the Lone Ranger and the Cisco Kid and a series of comedy ones, but it was on Sunday night on radio, and that was our entertainment through at least through the mid to late 50s. Probably mid 50s was when I outgrew that, but my gosh, we loved that.
Well, I'm going to set you back on your ear a little bit. You'll get a kick out of this. Don't know if you know this, but on Sirius XM, I just double checked it. There is a channel 148, which is Radio Classics, and you can actually listen to our Miss Brooks on live if you have a subscription to Sirius XM. There is 24 hours seemingly, including Hopple and Cassidy. Dr. Kildare. Remember Dr. Kildare? All of this old time.
I do.
All this old time before Dr. Kildare went on TV. I'm looking at some of the other stuff on here. Great Gildersleeve is on there. The Life of Riley.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's just talk about some of the shows. Dragnet, Police Radio Time.
Green Hornet.
I'm looking to see if Green Hornet is on it. Danny Case.
That was later on B.
Yeah. Jack Benny's on this. They got 7 days a week, and there's you can go online and see this. There's quite a lineup. But if you, I don't know if you have Sirius XM or not, but you could listen to all of these shows all over again. And they take it.
How do you get that?
Your car may or may not have it. I think you can also buy an online subscription, but just it's SiriusXM.com. And if you do a search on SiriusXM and Radio Classics, it'll bring up the whole schedule of everything you can see. And
I'd love to do that. So my favorites were our Miss Brooke and Jack Benny. And what was the other one that you mentioned?
I'm going through them. Remember Hopple and Cassidy?
Well, yes, Hopple and Cassidy. That was my first Western favorite. Of course, there was the, who was the, I can't think of his name now. He was a singer. He and his wife were singers, as well as having their own...
Gracie Allen.
No, I know who that was, but they had a Western show. And
and I'm freezing up. By the way, the Green Hornet is on. It's on at 3:30 in the morning, but it's at least it's Easter time, I think. No, I know because they had a museum for a while that recently closed. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just scrolling down this. Wow. I mean,
I'm going to have to check that out. My gosh, that was a big part of my early preteen and early teenage years was listening to that on Sunday evenings.
The Alan Young Show. Holy cow. Tales of the Texas Rangers. And Abbott and Costello.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's on Saturday nights. So there is, again, there is pages of the stuff that they have on this. Holy cow. The Philco Radio Time. Remember that? These Jimmy Durante. Holy cow.
Yep.
All of this is on this.
And it seems to me that Bob Hope figured in there somewhere, too. I remember the Jimmy Durante show.
Well, they all had shows. They were all sponsored by household goods. I mean, they were like the soap operas became known as soap operas because they were all sponsored by companies that did laundry detergent. And of course, at that time, the only people who used laundry detergent were women, right? Back in the day.
Yep.
And as a result, that's how they appealed to them. By reaching out, and their husbands were out at work, and they would listen and then eventually watch soap operas. I have a feeling that right now there is a significant number of the elite of the Libertarian Party who, if they hear this, I'm in trouble. But that was a historical reflection. That wasn't me agreeing with it. Just saying that's how it was back then. Well,
the fact of the matter is, with this pandemic going on and quarantine that a lot of us are under, it has opened up opportunities to kind of look back on these things, and it's a good experience.
Philip Marlowe, wow. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Wow. So we've covered the range of everything tonight, haven't we, David?
We have. And so who is your next candidate that you're going to interview?
I think I'm reaching out to people. I'm not really sure. I don't know that
Let me recommend Sam Robb.
Now, you see, it's interesting because I put this out there, and I thought Sam saw that. To a certain degree, we've been buried here, because we're dealing with the technology issues every day. And no, I'll reach out to Sam. I've heard good things about him. I've only heard him talk briefly when I was in New Hampshire at the New Hampshire convention. No, listen, this is open to any and all. If I could get a Libertarian candidate on here a day, ranging in everything from the water board to the presidency and everything in between, I'd be a happy man. The sole purpose of this, in addition to the other programming, but an important purpose is to give light, if you will, to give a microphone to any Libertarian running for office. There's no expense. There's no drama. It's a family-friendly, it's a friendly environment. So for some of these folks, when you listen to someone like Jacob tonight, he spent a lot of time in front of the camera, on the radio, very articulate. A lot of that is skill. And Jacob is obviously a very, very bright individual. He doesn't need me to say that. But there's a significant portion of it is just practice, just getting comfortable. And the only way you do that is repetition, 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 repetition. You have to become comfortable. You have to learn how, as a candidate, to take control of the situation when you're on the air. And part of that is just simply getting on the air so that you're no longer...
And I can't think of a place to start than talk radio.
Yeah, it's fun and it's friendly and it's just, again, we're some of these hosts out there in the quote unquote real world are vicious and they're looking. I mean, we have a talk radio station here. It's very much part of the culture of Rhode Island. So maybe it's a lot depends on your interpretation of it is based on what folks are doing locally with it. And we have a guy who has people on, and one of the rules that when I have a guest on is that, you probably heard me say this, but I'm not interested in your fundraising. I'm not interested in your polling. I'm not interested in if you're going to win. I want to know why you should. And I think that's pretty reasonable because too much of America, the media efforts are spent on handicapping the elections as opposed to actually getting involved in the issues that the candidate surrounds themselves with. And I think it's a huge... Counting
votes instead of examining positions.
Right. I mean, you and I are old enough to know that the purpose of network news, people forget this, and this came up recently, Because again, it's a nuanced argument. We all understand that if ultimately, emotionally we don't, but we know that Facebook is a free service offered to the public, owned by Facebook and their stockholders. It is essentially private property. If Facebook chooses to change the rules, we may hate it, but frankly, it's not our property. They get to do that. What's more nuanced is network news. When the airwaves, the television airwaves, were granted, if you will, to the primary television networks, the quid pro quo, as they say, was that there would be a commitment to have nightly daily news. That was part of the deal because to this day, the airwaves are still considered to be publicly owned. They are not private property. So network TV operates in a completely different manner than any other form of media. Most people don't realize that. They don't understand the history of it. That's why history is important. One of the great moments of tonight, discussing with Jake, was the acknowledgement that not enough people, on a completely unrelated subject, know that it was America who started with the pissing match with Iran, not Iran. They had no idea, most people. This all came up to the fore, if you will, when that general was assassinated by, or droned, if we now use the euphemism. George Carlin would have a field day like that. You're droned? That doesn't mean you're dead. Does that mean you're droning on? I can't do it, but, he would have had a field day. So, again, most Americans don't realize that network TV operates on public airways granted to them in partial exchange for a commitment to hosting evening news. That's the facts.
Right.
And so we need to remember that when we understand that when we think it's theirs to take control of. So anyway, this local talk radio host will grill him. Like I coach people when they go on. Know how many voters are in your district? Huh? Know how many voters? He's going to ask you that. And if you don't know that, he's going to crucify you. Know what it's going to take to win. He's going to ask you how much money you've raised, and he's going to judge you based on how much money you've raised. To me, that's ridiculous. I'm not interested. Talk to me about the quality of your ideas, your experience. That's what matters. Obviously,
It's fascinating the difference between talk radio and the network news. So, is the term mission reporting familiar to you?
Vaguely, yeah. Explain that to me.
So it dates back to the day, and this would be a good topic for a future conversation, but news reporting as we knew it, at least when I was young, was that it was expected to be objective as opposed to yellow journalism.
Right.
Well, I would guess probably in the 60s that changed, and the concept of mission reporting came about, and the main proponents, and it really bothered me at the time because I expected objective reporting. The main proponents were Frank Reynolds, and he is
a legend,
long since
right.
passed away. In the early days of Dan Rather, he kind of cleaned up his act a bit in his later years, but in the early years, my favorite saying was, frankly, I'd rather not, because of the biased mission reporting, non-objective reporting, posed as fitting being objective when it wasn't. And unfortunately, that is carried on and probably gotten much worse over the years. But that basically started, I would guess, in the early 60s, somewhere in the 60s. Anyway, that'd be a good topic for a future discussion.
Yeah, there's all sorts of people I've had on in the past that I'm, now that we're kind of in business again. There was about a month or two when we were off the air because of the technical challenges at our old home as opposed to our new one. There was an organization internationally that advocates for the safety of the press. There's an organization, FIRE, that we've had on in the past that we hope to have on again, that reflects on student free speech. So journalism, or covering the Rhode Island Journalists Association, or the Newspaper Association, I forget the technical term, they've been on, and they're members of the working press. Because the press is under attack, by the way, under this current administration. He's made it clear that, if they're not out working on his whim, he will. I mean, he is tacitly, I believe, encouraged. Well, he dances a line. Before I say something, he dances a line on the on the safety and the legitimacy of the media. And the Fourth Estate is a critical component. It's not in the Constitution, but a working media is a critical component. Now, do I believe that they always act in the best interest? No. Do I believe a lot of them are lazy? No. Do I believe there's a conspiracy? Yeah, I doubt it. They're not that good smart.
That's my reaction as well. There's a simpler explanation for it than a complicated conspiracy theory.
Right.
Nevertheless, the traditional media is taking a hit, and rightfully so.
Well, they have to earn their value. They have to prove their value to people. There's a lot of conversation in Rhode Island. We have a very strong media presence in Rhode Island. Tiny, tiny state. We have all four major networks have a presence here. There is the talk radio station that I allude to is part of the big international Cumulus organization. There is a newspaper of record, a handful of conventional weeklies, and then there's a very strong independent media presence. Understand there's a half a dozen of me, of various approaches, their own unique approaches to it. It's a very strong tradition here in Rhode Island, which is amazing for a state of about 1 million people that can support it. I use the term support loosely because most of these organizations are in some type of financial challenge. The local newspaper has asked for people to support local journalism, which is hysterical because the local newspaper of record is owned by an out-of-state corporation and has decimated the local reporting staff. One of the other local papers that's kind of a regional weekly shopper with news and other things now added is now actually asking for contributions. There's simply no money for advertising right now. We're self-funded here. We've got a handful of small sponsors, but we're self-funded. There's no reservoir of do-re-mi out there waiting for guys. We're just, I don't know if you noticed it, but this week we have our first recorded commercial for a local company that does computer work. And God bless them. God bless them for doing it. We're trying to get folks to engage in production of actual commercials as opposed to just me reading something. It's but I mean, we're talking about small businesses that are literally just happy to get through the week. It's, I'm sure it's a lot like in Omaha than it is here. There's just, the money's dried up.
Well, and this was occurring even before the pandemic. So Warren Buffett several years ago bought out the Omaha World Herald, which has been around for well over 100 years. Which in Omaha history, that's 7/8, well over 3/4 of the history of Omaha, and their prices just went up dramatically. The size of the individual issues has gone down dramatically in the last couple of years, and I don't know what's going to happen to them as a result of the pandemic. Buffett sold them about 2 or 3 months ago, which told me the handwriting is on the wall. It's and he sold 25 other newspapers at the same time.
Well,
So
you need to, if you're a local newspaper, you need to stick to the local. I'm baffled by the Providence Journal's continued insistence on, I forget if it's UPI or AP, whatever, publishing that on printed paper that costs money, because anything that I see in their paper, I already, on my smartphone, alerts me every time the AP comes out with a different article. I certainly don't need the Providence Journal to tell me about it tomorrow. Yikes. So I don't know why they even bother with that. I don't even know why, you and I enjoy the, we have the wretched ink-stained hands that enjoys a physical newspaper, but I don't know why they bother printing newspapers anymore. It's irrelevant. Go digital.
Well, that's certainly the way it's going in the long run.
So do it
and
now.
As technology expands with these paper appearance viewing screens, we're not quite there yet. Once that occurs, and plus the feature of being able to share documents just by proximity, once that occurs, we will come much closer to approaching a paperless society. We're not quite there yet, so we're kind of in the middle ground where it's just really a struggle on both sides. But obviously, it's going the direction that you're predicting, very much so.
Well, I mean, Columbia University School of Journalism is acknowledged by most to be the elite graduate school of journalism on the planet. The Columbia University newspaper went digital only 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, that's all you need to know. There's absolutely little or no reason for a printed paper in most situations. Your ability to take that effort and push that towards real-time digital should be the focus. Now, again, what do I know? I'm not an expert. I just play one on the radio. But I don't see the young generation going out and buying newspapers. And I don't hear
they're not.
Right. I don't hear them listening to AM radio. So spend the money, step it up, and put it into your digital assets. But they, the independent newspapers, for example, the artsy alternative newspapers have been a staple of big cities in America for probably 30, 40, 50 years, depending on the city. The Village Voice was one of the first. Most of these news in art papers have been the ones that were surviving have been decimated in the last 2 months because they relied largely on entertainment advertising as a revenue source. And, we all know what's happening there. So, and most of them still insist on a printed version. There's so much that you can do. Our simple little website, the notion that I can play real-time video for you, the fact that I'm going to be able to stack up and start replaying these interviews that I've done, yikes. Why would one want static printed paper when, in fact, for less money, all right, I can give you a screen where it's the audio of the interview and the video of the interview comes forth. So you see the person, the nuances, you hear the tone, the inflection, you hear all that. Why would I want to spend all that money on printing presses and newspapers and newsprint? It's just, I can update or change something immediately. Breaking news is seconds away. And I'm going to spend a fortune.
The video element is going to be the big transition. So podcasts are taking off, webinars are taking off, but the podcasts are doing pretty good on the Q&A type thing. So we have one here in Omaha. It used to be part of the Roads to Freedom, and they're off on their own now. It's called Drunk and Disorderly.
Oh,
series.
I've been on there twice.
Yep. So you're familiar with that.
Yep.
So I think that is really opening up. The webinars are very informative, but they kind of struggle on the Q&A end. They don't have that nailed down. Whereas what you're doing, that's what it's all about. It's all Q&A. The podcasts are doing pretty good. Frankly, I prefer your approach to it. I'm a little less into the audacious part of some of these podcasts. That's just maybe that dates me, but frankly, I prefer the serious conversations. It doesn't mean you can't introduce some humor in there, but that's me.
Well, and that's what we're trying to figure out here. We're trying to figure out what, we have to find a balance between what's going to bring people through the doors and listen, because the challenge, of course, is that we have to figure out how to monetize these things. And
yes,
that will always be the central conflict in any media effort, whether it be newspaper, video, audio, whatever, because people are only going to write a check as advertisers. I mean, the beauty of the public television model, of course, and by the way, many of those public television stations are now privately owned. Privately run as a non-for-profit without much government support. Some have none. But they are able to sell sponsorships, which is far less intrusive into the programming and far less predatory. You're sponsoring a show, you're not, I don't know, I don't get the feeling that there's the element of intervention in the editorial content in a sponsorship model. But there could be. Folks forget too.
Sure.
Folks refuse to study history. Yellow journalism that you alluded to earlier. In the 19th century, most newspapers were owned by robber barons, or at least a significant number of them were, and they all had their own perspective, which was to editorialize in favor of the people who owned it. So this notion that all of a sudden we're in this period in history where the media is biased. Media has always been biased. And hello? Republicans got to stop whining about that. Oh, the media is biased. Call the ambulance. No, you know what? Grow up. Come up with your own media. Challenge them. Just don't sit there and whine about it like they do. I hate that. That's pathetic.
Which they have done with Fox News and the Fox series. I find them less offensive than some of the other ones on the left. My gosh, it'd be nice to have more of a libertarian perspective. But the problem that they're facing right now that you have conquered with your format is that the Q&A that they have is just with canned experts and invitees. And it's not open conversation yet, but I expect that to take place where the type of thing that you're doing will be available, both video and audio, on a regular TV. I don't think we're quite there yet, but I think we're probably getting pretty close.
Well, it's got to be interactive. People have to feel engaged.
Exactly.
No, people are tired of being lectured to by quote-unquote experts. They just are.
Yeah, experts are, particularly during this pandemic, have lost a lot of luster.
Right, because quite frankly, I don't know if they know much more than we do. Now, I believe in expertise, but I don't think that a lot of these media outlets necessarily want someone who's truly an expert. They want someone who they can represent as an expert. And I think there's a pretty substantial difference between the two. I don't think they're really interested in expertise. expertise can be complicated sometimes. You know, expertise can be
So
misunderstood.
have you considered a move when that does occur to actually being on the TV screen?
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's on television per se, it's owned real estate, and the thing is ultimately as web browsers integrate into these smart TVs, someone can there'll be a time very soon when internet speeds will catch up with automobiles. You can get wireless internet generated by an automobile now. It's just that it's a little expensive and it's not a lot of capacity and it's not as fast as it should be. The two things that'll change everything is once automobile-based internet becomes as fluid as home Wi-Fi is, and when TVs represent really a browser screen, not just, and that's going to be basically whether or not you're sophisticated enough to be able to get access to that, because those are closed bandwidths. Those are, managed by networks or cable channels. So it's just a question of
I think the technology is there. I mean, smart TVs have been out for several years.
Right.
And I can get, if I want to, I can get internet on TV. So right now it's a content problem, not a technology problem.
Well, it'll be interesting. Just go on your TV, because I haven't figured out my smart TV yet. I've got Super Joel, the super producer here, who it's ironic because I spent 20 years building computers, but that seems so long ago. But the next time I'm on, coalitionradionetwork.com. That's we have a website already running. If you went to coalitionradionetwork.com, it has nothing to do with Facebook. It's a website with essentially a screen on it. And you can watch the exact same thing that's happening here in real time. And I'm actually trying to get people to watch there as opposed to Facebook, because it's a signal that I control. I don't own Facebook. I don't control Facebook. Facebook is deciding that they don't like a lot of folks with our kind of philosophies.
Really?
Again, that's their quote unquote right. If that, it was a punk rock libertarians is a great group of guys. It's who have been doing a stream and some type of show for a number of years. They got shut down by Facebook for a while, lost all sorts of viewers and contacts. The difference between me and those guys is I have people who are considered left of center. Truly the libertarian thing complicates things for people. They don't know what to make of it, because I just had the ACLU on with an attorney who most people would consider to be a progressive Democrat. And yet at the same time, there wasn't a thing that she said about her case that at all conflicted with libertarian philosophy. And some of the progressive Democrats I've had on are unnerved by that when I point it out to them. I'll say something right after they've been on for half an hour. I'll say, by the way, that was remarkably libertarian of you in that last segment. And they don't know what to say at that point, because you know what? It was remarkably libertarian of them in that last segment. So it's funny, that awkward moment when you're a progressive Democrat and realize you just inadvertently quoted part of the libertarian platform. Ruh-roh. Love those moments. And they happen.
Yep.
How about when I point out that we're kinder as a political party? We're the only political party that embraces sex workers.
That's right.
Progressives have no idea what to do about that. Or that awkward moment when then you find out that not only do we say we're against crony corporatism, but we actually are.
It's a revelation to them.
Well, one of the key reasons I preach local affiliates fighting corporate cronyism is that once you've established yourself in that, there's no one in Rhode Island that could say that the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island are Koch brother loving corporatists. No one. You'd be laughed at. We've done picket lines, David. Against private-public partnerships and subsidized developments. We've yelled at them on TV, on radio. We just have, to the point where we own that issue. And
Right.
it's a winner issue for libertarians everywhere. Number one, we actually believe it. So all we're doing is giving voice to what we believe in. So it's not a real stretch for us to do, unless, of course,
Right.
you're afraid of scaring the squares. So yeah, it's a it's there's that, but it also gives you complete credibility when you've invested a couple of years in fighting it, as far as economics and as far as the justice of economics, to folks on the street who are disgusted by the kind of corporate cronyism that goes on every day in America, and are disgusted by the fact that the tax dollars that are stolen from them through the confiscatory powers of an out-of-control government, are then given to private enterprises for their own personal aggrandizement. So
Right.
it's a winner, winner, winner. My friend says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. It just is on every single level. In fact, I can't think of an effort, an issue that resonates with a broader cross-section of the general population in fighting corporate welfare. Everybody loves the people.
It is. It is a horrendous situation, and you have the argument about the top 1%, and that gets convoluted depending on who is talking about it. But it is realistic. The top corporations and the benefits that they get from the government. It's a pretty sad situation. So the different parties to it, it's kind of a chicken and egg argument. The folks on the left say that the problem started with the corporations, and the folks on the right say the problem started with the government. Well, it's difficult to say because it's so intermixed, but my gosh, it's a huge problem.
No, and it's something that we all can address. It's something that is accessible to fight for all of us, because it occurs primarily in our world through local and state government. So we have the capacity to fight it. We do. We just have to have the will.
We also have the capacity to fight it through the free market. And that's kind of my agenda, to bring that into focus within the Libertarian Party. Politics is not the only way to fight it. It is one way and an important way, but fighting it through the free market is something that the Libertarian Party has not taken advantage of yet, nor have they taken full ownership of the opportunities involved in various forms of peaceful civil disobedience. So those are a couple of challenges that are faced by the Libertarian Party.
No, and I think what I need to put together a show or a roundtable on civil disobedience, because that's an issue that's very controversial in our world. And I know people who engage in, well, I was talking about that for-profit prison that is, with god-awful sanitary conditions, normally, in the age of COVID, deathly, to the point where, again, the ACLU attorney was able to get several people released, on an ankle bracelet. They didn't get sent home, per se, completely free. But, to her credit, she was able to extricate themselves from a very dangerous situation. Who's engaging in civil disobedience? The progressive left. And they're doing it effectively. Yes. They use political theater all the time. And that's something that we need to learn more about. I'm a big believer.
Absolutely.
I'm a big believer in political theater. I'm not a funny guy myself. There are people who are really good at it natively. I enjoy it. I love it when it happens. I admire the people who are able to do it. I mean, I probably could be the straight guy if you will, with it happening. But when it comes to actually ginning up the ideas, again, who would have thought, and I know people are doing it for birthday parties, but who would have thought that they could get enough people to turn out in the middle of a pandemic to create a 3-mile long automobile shade. Excuse me. I mean, to continue to drive around a prison to the point where prisoners were banging on the windows, little tiny windows, and it basically everybody was raising a ruckus. And we needed some more ruckuses. There aren't nearly enough ruckuses. And
We do, but the pandemic is a window of opportunity. So we're very fortunate that some doctors decided to obey their Hippocratic oath rather than the FDA oath of regulations. And if they hadn't, our situation with the pandemic could be considerably worse than it is. So those folks, those professionals, could be our front line in changing the way of government by basically taking things in their own hands and doing the right thing as opposed to the legal thing. And it's a challenge.
You know what? I actually have another caller here at whatever time of the night it is. Holy cow.
Okay, well, this is a good time. Great talking, Pat, and a lot more topic to tackle.
Absolutely. David, thanks for being a supporter of the show. I really appreciate it. It's a lot more fun when you can go back and forth with someone. So I appreciate you spending the time with me tonight. All right, buddy?
Okay. Take care, Pat.
I'll talk to you tomorrow on LP Stuff. Have a great night.
You too.
Hi there. This is you've reached the Coalition. How can I help? And what's your name and where are you from?
Hi, Pat. It's Richard Manzo calling from Goffstown, New Hampshire. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well.
Welcome to the miracle of talk radio.
Yes, I figured I'd call in. You know, you harangued me into it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I heard you guys were talking about civil disobedience, and I think I really got to say, the Libertarian Party needs to get better at not only civil disobedience, but just organization of events in general.
Mm-hmm.
I would say probably statistically speaking, the Libertarian Party and the Libertarian movement has roughly equal numbers of extremely passionate supporters as the very progressive left. But they're able to put together these movements and these demonstrations that libertarians never seem to be able to.
They manage to capture the imagination of people through political humor, sarcasm, satire, which of course, you know, is tailor-made for a conversation about vermin.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to it. I had Vermin on last week. We just put it up on on YouTube, and we actually rather what I tried to do, and Vermin's outstanding. Rather than just have the standard conversation about how he feels about issues, we did some of that, but he was kind enough to go into a lot of detail about how he arrived at the Vermin we know today, and some of the movements he had been involved in, some of the approaches they took in terms of political theater. Civil disobedience, and the challenges with libertarians is the minute you mention civil disobedience, then we're interfering in someone's property rights, and therein lies the balance, because there's a certain segment. I love your comment on this. In my belief, there's a certain segment of the state that unless you screw with them, they're not going to simply wake up one day and say, "Hey, you know what, fellas, you guys are right. We're going to go along with you on this one." Have you seen that happen in your political career?
I don't think that agents of the state are ever going to be very willing to go along with the Libertarian Party and the Libertarian movement in general. But, you know, like you said, Vermin is a comedian trained by years of experience, and he's able to move the hearts and minds of a crowd at any given political event just by showing up and using political humor, sarcasm, his general wit, through a megaphone to move these people's opinions of politicians that they may be there to see in support of them, or even to calm down a crowd, stop violence from happening, disengage protesters from police or police from protesters. And in that sense, I think that a lot of libertarians just don't, for some reason, have this skill set where they can feel comfortable enough to be loud, to make a ruckus, and use those tools for their own political agenda.
Yeah, it takes skill, but you got to be willing to try it out. You got to dip your toes in the water. Right. It's you're not going to become a Vermin Supreme or any one of the great performance artists of my generation, for example, overnight. It's you need some talent, but it's also an acquired skill. But
yeah, for sure. And
I'm sorry, go ahead, buddy.
That's one of the things that has been a tremendous help for me. I've been to a number of events with him, and just watching him up close kind of teaches you how to be more comfortable in your own skin. And it teaches you how to be a better activist, how to interact with people one-on-one, how to interact with a crowd, how to interact with the police when that becomes necessary. So by learning from these, by learning not only from the left, but from the political greats, the satirical greats of our time, I think that just overall activism in the Libertarian Party gets better, even if that's just knocking doors. You need to be comfortable enough to, make jokes with people and be overall friendly with them.
Right. Well, I will tell you that in the annals of activism, political theater has accomplished some amazing things. I always, and I did this with Vermin the other night, you'll always hear me talk about an organization called ACT UP. Are you familiar at all with ACT UP?
No.
All right. So it's one of these movements worth checking into. Now, ACT UP was, kind of a big city, kind of coastal phenomenon, but it's, how can I best describe it? It was very much a function of the I'd say the mid-range LGBTQ, what we now know as LGBTQIA movement in the era of the initial years of the HIV pandemic. Yes, there have been other pandemics, folks. ACT UP engaged in political theater. It was definitely a grassroots political movement. Direct action was a big part of theirs, but there was, in many cases, that humor was a part of it in terrible circumstances. And they ultimately changed the face of American medicine through their efforts. This was very much an 80s phenomenon. So, it's worth researching, because at that point in time, and again, I don't pretend to be a medical expert, but I was there. I was working in New York City at the time, and a great deal of the medical research industry, despite the growing acknowledgement that HIV was an international crisis, revolved around the treatment of heart disease and the treatment of the treatment of. Are you still with us, by the way?
Oh, yes, I am.
All right, great. No, my producer is remotely doing stuff, and it's funny to watch because he's in a different city. I'm just going to message him that I'm still here. Hold on a second. But a lot of bear with me. So primarily it was focused towards heart and lung disease, cancer, issues like that. But you had the growing acknowledgement this was an international epidemic. I don't know if we used the pandemic word on it, but it was a terrible disease that wiped out a significant part of a generation. And it was called by many folks thoroughly incorrectly. It was almost an obscenity. They called it the gay disease for a while because to some it appeared like it started early on in the gay community, but it took a bigger hold in the conventional heterosexual community. And through ACT UP, put a lot of political pressure using performance art, humor, protests, die-ins, amongst other techniques, to literally change the direction of the entire medical industry, so that at the highest level, people like Bush and Reagan had to acknowledge that there was a disease, and that there was, Houston, we've got a problem. And as a result, that was led to the quantum leaps in funding for research against the disease, quantum leaps in analysis of how the disease transmitted. And as a result, despite a number of terrible years where people were dying left and right, it's come under control, I'll say. And this age cocktail that exists was a part of that outgrowth. And now you have folks for whom HIV is actually being eliminated. They're being, quote unquote, cured on a very, and again, it's highly technical, but what you've got there is performance art met politics, and lives are saved. It can be done.
Right. Yeah. And now with the power of the internet, it's just so much larger than anyone ever could have dreamed of back then. Going viral, there's no way that someone in some high reaches of government haven't seen, the activism of someone like Vermin Supreme. Every political operative out there has heard of, Pat Paulson. There's no way that you don't hear about these characters pushing political ideals through humor, and it's just a tool that people seem to overlook or even outright reject. And I've never really understood why, because it's obvious that once they're laughing, they're listening.
Yeah, you control the narrative. Politics is sales. You're selling an idea. You're selling a concept. You're selling a response. You're selling an approach. It's ultimately, in sales, it's all about controlling the narrative / controlling the conversation. And making people,
and not only controlling the narrative, but controlling the mood. If you have people laughing, they're happy, and of course they're going to be more willing to listen to you if they're happy.
Right.
If they're angry at you, that some people hear, "Oh, you're a libertarian. Why do you want to kill grandma? You want to push grandma off a cliff? You want to take away the roads? You want to take away environmental regulations?" But you have them laughing, and they're not going to be angry at you while they're listening to your political beliefs.
Right. Humor mixed with empathy is an amazing ingredient towards connecting with people. And that's what you have to do at some level. That's why I'm such a huge fan of activism. And so much of activism, that's why we do this, the candidate show, so much of activism is identifying as someone running for political office, identifying what issues resonate with people in your community. And it wildly varies. There are no rules. There are no absolutes. What resonates, we had a candidate on a few weeks ago who, for them right now, even in the age of COVID, the biggest thing is the condition of their roads, and the condition, in traffic and issues surrounding that. Who am I to tell somebody that, you should be more concerned with fill in the blank? That's arrogance.
Right.
What matters to them is what matters to them. I don't have.
And especially right now, some people, they feel like it's more important for them to be able to provide for their family, and you see some people immediately reacting like, well, "Oh, so you just don't care if people die," and then people say, "Well, no, obviously the public safety is more important," and then other people say, "Well, so you don't care about people being able to provide food for their children," and it's like, this like constant knee jerk reaction where everyone is telling the other group of people that what they care about shouldn't be important to them. Right. And libertarians are plenty guilty of that at times.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a great meme going around with the overlapping circles, the Venn diagram thing, which says, by the way, you can take COVID very seriously. You can acknowledge your fear about the economic devastation that's taking place. And you can, at the same time, be concerned about government's approach and government's complicity in the severity of this. You can do all three. You're allowed. And it's a legitimate perspective. Mm-hmm. And one should not suffer at the end of the other. There's no rule that says you have to pick one. Those are rules imparted upon people with agendas. And agendas are nonsense. I ain't got no time for agendas. So it's incumbent upon us as a movement that has spent almost 50 years largely fighting for recognition, fighting for understanding, fighting for acknowledgement, fighting for a seat at the table, that we understand that it's got to be a multi-pronged approach. There is no one size fits all. Mm-hmm. And no one's efforts should be dismissed out of hand because they represent something different from the mainstream. None. I don't get it. Right. I don't know, call me Pollyannish, but I like everybody. There's very few people in this movement I don't like, nor do I respect, nor do I denigrate their ideas. I don't get it. I just trying to figure out that the other day. I see potential in everyone in the movement that I've met. A couple people piss me off every now and then, but by and large, the lack of respect for people who have a different take on libertarianism, to me, is nonsense. Right. So we are not in any position to be political elitists.
Right.
I mean,
and we're not in the eyes of the public. We're not even just fighting for understanding of our views. We're fighting for belief of our motives.
That's a great
people
point.
Think that we're out to just leave people on their own with no support. When in reality, plenty of us totally view, to use the leftist term of mutual aid, in mutual aid in a voluntary system based around your communities. But that doesn't mean that, you need to pay for California highways or, California windmills if that's what they want to offer in California. It should be entirely up to the people, not up to bureaucrats in Washington, and so on and so forth. And what you said about people disrespecting others who don't have views in the political mainstream, it's like you see people disrespecting others who have views that are in the political mainstream, and that aren't even mutually exclusive, like thinking that the coronavirus is serious and thinking that the economic effects are serious. I think the most reasonable people among us hold both views.
Absolutely. The whole notion that we have to pick and choose because of someone else's will, we're not looking to leave people wounded and defenseless out in the streets. We just can't understand there are simply more effective ways to reach hopefully a similar ending. We want people, because we still respect the rights, as I always say, of the ultimate minority, the individual, and the individual's choice to be involved in whatever it constitutes other people's idea of a solution. That has somehow been conflated with being uncaring. Actually, when you look at this party's history, I can't think of a group of people who clearly care more, because the false premise underlying all of this is that anything big government does has accomplished any level of fairness, because it hasn't. If you look at American schools right now and somehow think that it's fair to sentence children particularly children of color or in minority majority cities, to the utter failure that are our school systems is fair because you're more married to this outdated notion of desired, necessary communal support, and you're less concerned with the outcomes of those education. If you see children as a necessary inconvenience to have around so that you can justify this massive educational bureaucracy, then you're the one with the problem. Our concern is solely how to educate people in a manner that's consistent with individual rights. And public education ain't one of them. Well,
yeah, and plenty of people view it as like you can't leave it up to the market because people have their own biases. But when in reality, government solutions to anything are just the sum of some number of people's biases. If you're in a town, maybe 5 people run your school, but in the national, the average of those 5 people's biases may determine what goes on the curriculum and what doesn't. And then nationally, every member of Congress and the Senate, you average out all their biases, and that's how you get laws that discriminate against black people or gay people or trans people. It's not like the government cares about you and is unbiased and neutral and treats everyone fairly, and then people are these biased creatures. No, the government is made up of people. If you don't trust people, then you shouldn't trust government, because the government is people.
Right. I was about to say the classic example is law enforcement. We don't trust you. We have to provide for law enforcement. We don't trust individuals. Oh, by the way, who is law enforcement? Individuals. So the notion that somehow this process of becoming one with the government, or as the Obaministas love to say it, are your federal family, that somehow that inoculates you from the type of aggression and coercion is patently false. And there are more examples of the failure of government than there are the success of government. I mean, again, we, across the nation, there are entire cities with whom school systems have collapsed. So the fair thing to do is continue to be married to an outdated concept, because that's more important than figuring out a way to educate our children. Okay, that doesn't work anymore. I call bullshit on that. That was my first curse of the night. I think I got to put money in the curse jar. But I do. I call bullshit on it. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever heard this term, but it's a soft bigotry of diminished expectations. And because we have diminished expectations for people of color in minority and majority communities who are the inheritance of these failed school systems, that somehow it's okay to keep them there. And that's bigotry.
Right. And why do black kids fail in school? It's not because black people aren't smart enough to succeed in school. It's because the government doesn't allocate resources fairly. It gives money to the succeeding schools and leaves the failing schools to just fail harder and harder. Of course, black people are going to trend under the white population. The government is built by and for rich people that tends to trend more white. It's just this endless loop of negative feedback, that black people fail in school, so the government takes money away from them, so they fail in school, so the government takes money away from them. It's just this endless loop just about everything in government has at some point been designed or accidentally harms black people, whether it's by design or by accident. As I said, zoning laws, schools, just about anything that you can possibly think of. Access to housing, access to government programs that are designed to help the poor. And it just ultimately comes down to, do you really trust the government, which fails every single time it tries to do something, or do you trust people who at least there are competing responses to things? I mean, you have an absolutely bought government response to the coronavirus pandemic, and yet there's people out there who still want the government that just failed to run everyone's health care. I just, it gets to a point where how can you possibly trust this system? Looking at how the government runs education to harm Black people, how could you not think that the government won't run health care to harm Black people? Of course it will. Of course it will. Black people will be left behind. It happens every time.
There is a program. There's an organization. You should check out their website. It's called Goldwater Institute, if you're not familiar with them. And the Goldwater Institute is a think tank based in Arizona. And it's actually fascinating because we have them on from time to time, nice people. And they have three different channels, if you will, within the organization. One of them is essentially a think tank that creates model legislation. They've got their own attorneys, and they find ways to essentially take this modular legislation and make it work within individual states and their legal code and their state constitution. And right to try, which was the legislation that first enacted at the state level on over 40 states, that accelerated the process so that people who were terminally ill could try in development medication before they passed. They've also got an area of that focuses on journalism. They do their own investigative journalism. And then they've got a pure economics think tank. So they came up with, and they championed, along with some other organizations, something called educational scholarship accounts, ESAs. You'll see various flavors of them. So they, and what happens there is that the money that's been allocated for you for your education by the public school formula, a significant chunk of that is literally put onto a debit card, and you opt out of the conventional school system and you go elsewhere. So they've done this for a few years in Arizona, and it allows people to basically make their education portable. They did it on a limited basis. Guess where the biggest success was? In the Native American community, where you saw the success, the academic success of children in the Native American community on the res, as they say in Arizona, which is a huge issue in Arizona, explode. Because you take this group of people who have been marginalized by horrific school systems and let them take the money and go where they want to, and the results were stunning. They did a follow-up about 4 years into it and found that the testing scores, everything had exploded. And what was the one common denominator? No government schools, or as Arvin Vohra likes to say, no theft education. Right. I love that term, theft education. So it's clear that the way out of this is to minimize or hopefully eliminate government involvement. And so folks all the time say to me, we have a horrific system in Rhode Island. It's in free fall, and that was before the crisis. And folks who would say to me, well, where will all the children go? And I would say to them, if there's the ability to monetize these children's education outside of a traditional school system, entrepreneurs, educational professionals at a high level will open up schools, private schools, almost instantly. Well, what about the buildings? You know what? As people flee public schools, we can sell the damn buildings to people who are actually running, yes, for profit, but incentivized by the profit formula in a competitive market where they have to compete. Then they will provide them a better education, and these public schools will empty out. Well, what about private prisons? Well, here's the problem with private prisons. There's little or no competition. If you make education completely portable and remove it from the government domain, you've got a real opportunity for educational institutions that are competing for their business, not just accepting.
Yeah.
These schools treat a lot of these kids like they're doing them a favor by letting them go there. You've got to create a marketplace. Well, what about the teachers? Well, I will argue that teachers will all of a sudden have the benefit of being hired for their skills and being competed for, so that the most highly skilled teachers will be competed for. Well, that will alter different communities. No, if you open it up to the true free market. Listen, it can't be any worse than it is now, right? I mean, can we accept that it's like they're a complete failure? Oh, I don't know about
Right.
that. It wouldn't be fair. And Richard, you'll hear me say from time to time that the ultimate obscenity, the ultimate four-letter word, is fair, because fair is an obscenity. There is no such thing as fair. Fair is a construct invented by government to promote redistribution of income and to minimize individual self-determination and to maximize government control. That's what the word fair does. Fuck fair. Oops, twice.
Right. And you know, you bring up the private prisons as one of their common objections, but the difference between private prisons and private schools is that the incentive is to get people to try to come to your private school. The incentive of private prisons is to, by government design, punish criminals and get it done at the cheapest possible rate. So, of course, conditions in private prisons are going to be horrible. You're talking about people that the government has deemed to be undesirable. Now, the difference with private schools is that, of course, if a marginal member of a marginalized community has success being a student at a private school and feels welcomed by the community there, then they're going to, if they ever decide to have kids of their own, bring their children to that school, or at least at basically locked in to where you live. If you happen to live near a private school, you might be able to take your kids out of public education and put them into private education, but that's not an option for everyone. Mm-hmm. They're stuck in a public school system that maybe it doesn't work for their learning style. The teachers there might be discriminatory towards people of color, towards gender and sexual minorities, and so on and so forth. And if the student fails, the student fails. There is no alternative built into the public school system. If you have multiple private schools in the same area, then they are competing with each other, and the most successful ones will get their successful students to bring their kids back there. And then, of course, the last thing is on teachers. It will inspire more better people to become teachers. You're not only talking about the best teachers out there now being able to compete, you're talking about an incentive for people to become teachers. People who go on to teach at prestigious private schools, private colleges, will now be able to have a larger talent pool for those higher education institutions, and just overall, people will have a profit motive to become teachers. If they have a specialized skill set in engineering, instead of going directly into engineering, they might teach after, either before or after a career in engineering. And that obviously, of course, applies to every field imaginable. And there might be less of a demand for people who want to go into some sort of, any given useless college degree, but that'll probably be overall beneficial to the country and the world anyway. It's hard to see any downsides, except for the fact, of course, that the government offering school vouchers will find some way to screw it up, just like they always do. And it really just is a matter of cutting off the government from education entirely. If they have their hands in it even a little bit, they'll turn it rotten.
No, you're absolutely right. It's like only cut. It's like cutting out only part of the tumor.
Right.
You don't leave a little there so it can regrow back. I always say incrementalism is the devil. That's kind of my catchphrase for it. It's not a catchphrase that anyone copies, but it's my catchphrase, so whatever. But ultimately, I always use the example in Rhode Island of cannabis. we were one of the earlier states in the nation, not the first, but one of the earlier states in the nation to legalize medical cannabis. With the thought process at the time was, well, once this gets passed and people will see that, it's a legit, then they'll legalize recreational cannabis. Yeah. Well, lo and behold, who are the biggest obstacles to that? The people that we put in place with the market exclusive on medical cannabis. Yikes. They're making coin. They're the only act in town. I guess, shockingly, they're not interested in giving that up.
Right. And you turn it into just a finable offense, and you still, of course, see in those areas that the people who are being fined most for possessing marijuana are, of course, people of color, because they get stopped and harassed by the police more. And then you turn it into a taxed and regulated business, and of course you have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get a license to be able to sell. And that itself becomes a discriminatory practice. There is no good government involvement, because again, it's entirely the sum of however many people make the laws or regulations in your jurisdiction, putting their heads together and averaging out their biases. That's all it is, and that's all government ever will be.
You betcha. So what do you think of talk radio?
What do I think of talk radio? Well, this is my first time calling into any radio show, actually. I think I called in once for some sort of radio giveaway prize that I thought would be funny to win. But that's about it. So this is my first experience, but it's good to be able to talk about the issues, especially with someone as intelligent as yourself.
You're kind. I love it because I call it America's Town Hall. And why I'm trying to do it on the libertarian side is what this facilitates is conversation. And we, as a movement, we spend a lot of time talking at each other via keyboards and chat rooms. And that can be valuable. I'm not diminishing that. But there's something to be said for conversation. And when you get the normies in to listen, because this is through the miracle of the internet, anyone can go to coalitionradionetwork.com on the web. You don't even have to have the Facebook. You can listen. And then, if you're that person who just said, here's what I have to say, and is so thoroughly annoyed, so thoroughly repulsed, so thoroughly disgusted, all they got to do is call 401-205-3738, and you're talking directly to the person. You're not sending them a message or an email, or you're not commenting on a post from a day ago. You're actually talking to the person. One of the things I've asked Vermin to do, and I'm going to ask all the candidates to do this, is we have the ability to put up a guest on video, and we can have, while I'm on the line, I can have people call in and ask the candidate a question directly. Instant connection. And I think Vermin will be fabulous at it. And allow people to from anywhere get that feeling of connection with our movement. And the best part about talk radio for the caller, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Just a few minutes on your cell phone.
Yeah.
So
there's absolutely something to be said for the value of hearing the other person's voice and tone. Even better if you can see them.
Right.
Talking to each other on a wall of comments. The tone can get lost. People could feel like you're yelling at them when in reality you're just speaking passionately. But you don't get that over talk radio or video interviews.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, you missed the nuances, the signals that happens. You and I are having a rational conversation. You're right. If we were typing at each other, number one, we couldn't. It just takes too long to type sometimes a legitimate response. Whereas on this, depending on we're only getting a couple of callers a night. It's only been on for 3 weeks or so now. There's more of a process in getting people acclimated to this than I thought there was going to be. And that's the reality of when you try something new, because we have people on because it's quiet nights. We've got people watching and listening. but not a lot of people calling. You get a chance to go on at length, and that changes when you have a lot of people. If you were to call into one of the neocon Republican light talk radio shows around New England, of which there are many, you get to the head of the line, the more nicknames you can come up with for Obamanista.
Yeah, right.
Or
right.
Shrillery. Oh, put him to the top of the line. We got a new
Hillary.
Nickname. Yeah, we got a new nickname for Hillary. And then, but on the other hand, if you're sitting on the line and you're saying, the call screener says, "What do you want to talk about?" I want to talk about why the Orange Cheeto, Orange Jesus, is such a personal piece of shit. All right, that means you don't get to come on, because you said a naughty word. And
right.
This is the internet, so we can handle a few naughty words. I think I'm up to $3 in the curse jar for tonight. But it's I also refuse to. I could mute somebody if I wanted to. I won't unless they're abusive. I could dump anybody anytime I want. I have the software to do that. I won't unless they're abusive. But it's a completely different milieu, and the challenge is getting people to jump on board. So I'm hoping what you'll do is be sort of an apostle for it, an evangelist, if you will, someone to carry the torch out to the libertarian world and say, yes, you can have a rational conversation with somebody, or
right.
better yet, if you hear somebody on the phone on the line who's a guest, the style of interviews we do doesn't lend itself well to taking phone calls. We're struggling with that because I'm a big believer if you come on the show, you should be willing to take phone calls. But so we're gonna probably we're still screwing around with the tech, but we're probably gonna start to have more and more interviewees take phone calls, as well as shows dedicated to pure phone calls. But like I said, I just got to get people who are willing to try something a little different. Part of it is we're self-financed here, so it's resources are always a challenge. But yeah, we're libertarians. We're used to that, right? We're used to being broke. So
right.
It's all good. It's all good. So
Yeah, I mean, we're all according to the people that you read online, we're all just rich people. We got ours, so we don't care about the rest of the world. And how rarely true that is in the Libertarian Party. Listen, you can't get people to scrounge together a few dollars to donate to your campaign or to your new media venture. But obviously we're all just rich, and we only care about our own interests.
For the record, if the Koch brother, because I guess it's no longer the Koch brothers, sorry, the Koch brother wants to come along and drop a little do-re-mi here at the facility, we'll take it.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, see, I'm waiting for my Koch brothers check, and now according to some people, I'm also waiting for my George Soros check. So, hopefully it'll show up soon because I'm needing them.
What are our favorite words? Statist, controlled opposition.
Right.
Hillary lover, Obama fan. Yeah. Conspiracies. Yeah, it's a hoot. It just comes with the territory. So I get a kick out of it. Down here. I got to put up with a lot about. Oh, Bill Weld, he was your vice presidential candidate. I'm like, dude, really? Orange Cheeto didn't even know how many amendments there were to the Constitution. Really? Orange Cheeto just suggested we inject ourselves with Lysol. Really? Orange Cheeto just figured it was the Nobel Peace Prize as opposed to the Nobel Peace Prize. Really? Right. You want to go there? I mean, come on, man.
Well, I mean, see, that's the thing. I of course, I don't agree with Bill Weld on everything. I probably don't agree with him on most things. But, of course he's a better person than the person in the White House currently.
Oh my God.
Of course. Anyone who doesn't see that, it's like, oh my God, what are you looking at? You think that because Orange Jesus gets up there and says, "Your beautiful Second Amendment." No, come on, man. Look at what he actually does.
Yeah, he's all about red flag. I mean, come on. But, when you point that out, listen, I had a situation with a Trumper about a week or two ago, right after Trump decided to engage with the Saudis and the Russians over cutting oil production. And I just lost my bleep. All right, because like, are you kidding me? Really? You know, and fundamental economics, you know, price wars happen. If the price of one commodity goes down because of a sudden glut, you don't interfere with the marketplace. Not interfering in the marketplace, by the way, my Republican friends, means never interfering with the marketplace, not when it suits you. Well, what about all the jobs lost? Well, you know, that's part of the cleansing. Failure is part of a free market. It's a necessary part of a free market. Well, you know, the Chinese have been subsidizing. Listen, ultimately, what no one wants to talk about with the Chinese, you know, being cheap importers of products is the impact that had on the economy, the extra income that generated. That was effectively a price, you know, that was actually a raise to every American when the Chinese started selling their stuff cheap. So let's talk real economics here, not whose laundry are you rooting for crap, not just emotional feel-good crap. Understand that if oil prices fall and high-cost producers can't compete, oh well. But the money be freed up by low-cost oil will boost production in other parts of the economy. And unfortunately, people get hurt in the free market economy all the time. But overall, the overarching benefits are immense. So I pointed out, you know, I don't usually engage in Facebook arguments, but I listed all those out very neatly. Oh, but it's shades of gray. You libertarians look at black and white, it's shades of gray. What's shades of gray? It's economics. You know, again, Trump or Cheetos don't believe in truth. They don't. What's the line I've been using all night that I wish I thought of, but I didn't, is you're entitled to your own opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts, but you're entitled to your own opinion. But these are the facts. Well, no, you don't understand. You don't get it. So anyway, about a week or two ago, somebody from that left-wing organization called a Cato, who, by the way, this, And because I was waiting for a Trumper to call Cato fake news. I was just waiting for that. That would have been a magic moment, right? So this guy who's a PhD economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I'm relatively smart, but I'm not that smart. This guy comes out and writes a 4-paragraph blog post that confirms every single thing I said. Everything. The monkey literally typed the Bible. Okay, in my case, right? Everything. So I forward the article. I love your opinion on this. I said it's kind of a quick read, but I'd be interested. So a day goes by. Have you read it yet? No, I haven't read it yet. Another day goes by. Have you read it yet? No, I haven't read it yet. Have you read it yet? Third day. I don't have a lot of time. It's 6 paragraphs. Jesus.
Right.
So he finally reads it. So I say, again, this guy confirmed everything I said. I call the guy on plagiarism if it wasn't such a ridiculous concept, right? The guy says to me, the Trumper, the Cheeto fan, who I always ask if he calls Trump daddy or poppy. Anyway, the Cheeto fan goes, I read what you said, but it's shades of gray. All right, you are willing to deny the fundamental truth that an MIT-trained PhD in economics working for the most conservative think tank on the universe, in order to maintain your affinity and your loyal support, your fealty to Big Daddy Cheeto. He didn't like that. I guess that wasn't the Larry Sharp way.
No. Right.
But you can imagine how frustrated I was. There is
and that tends to be how it goes, though, and then they'll say, that the Cato Institute is socialist, or that that it's too liberal, or you go back to the foundations of conservative thinking and find quotes from them being more free market or more pro-immigration, and they're like, well, that doesn't count. Different times, man. Different times. It's like, what? No.
I mean, the gymnastics they go through, and I'm going to give you a dated reference here. The gymnastics that they go through in order to rationalize and engage in a level of moral relativism unseen in human behavior before, in order to defend Poppy Trump, all right, would be worthy of a Nadia Comaneci score. The East German judges even gave them an 11 in the mental gymnastics necessary in order to accomplish that. Oh, my God. Bugs Bunny always, I think I told you this before, but Bugs Bunny always has the right response for the right moment. And as the philosopher king, Bugs Bunny would say, what a bunch of maroons. All right? But I'll throw this out to you. How do you define insanity to the insane? You can't. These people are clearly insane. They just are.
Right.
But they don't think they are.
Have to be.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to accept all sorts of differences in philosophy, behaviors, beliefs, politics. But at a certain point in time, this guy Trump is a moron. He just is. Yep. I don't know how much more affirmation you need after 3.5 years of this. And it was funny up until about 2 months ago. We could all kind of sit back now, except now he's killing people. He is. There, I said it. Their inability to run. Here's the problem. Government, I don't believe government should have control of any of this. But they took control and excluded all the free market support and efforts that were out there. So they broke it. Broke it badly.
Yep.
People are dead.
Yep.
Business is ruined.
Yep.
Economy's crucified. Dead. And guess
what? People are out of work forever now.
Right.
We talk about the freedom of choice, and because of government, people will say, or libertarians especially will say that, well, if the economy reopens, you still have a choice to not go back to work for safety. Well, the flip side of that argument is that if we keep it closed for too long, people are going to not have jobs. Businesses are not going to exist anymore. And, of course, which businesses are going to be fine? The massive corporations, of course, because they have cash reserves, because they're exempted from these restrictions. Some of these places are considered essential businesses, and you're able to go into a Walmart in New Hampshire and buy your clothes, but you can't go over to, JCPenney or Kohl's and buy clothes. So of course, the larger corporations are going to come out on top, and it comes down to it. The absolutely cruel contradiction of government is that it comes in, tells you can't have your own solutions to these problems, and then completely botches what it calls its solution. It just comes down to, the word fair. This isn't fair. It's not fair, that the government gets to say, no, you can't have a response to that. And then when it completely screws up, say, well, maybe you just need to give us more money next time, more control, more our hands deeper in your pocket.
They doubled down on failure. They absolutely doubled down on failure. That's about the only way I can put it. So, I don't know, buddy. I don't know. But
it's a weird world we live in. Our views are the fringe ones.
And that's crazy talk. That's absolutely crazy talk.
Right.
So, well, I'm glad you took the time to call in tonight. I really appreciate it. I think this is a time where in the 1950s or 60s we would have played the national anthem. There's a song that I'm going to give you another dated cultural reference, but you'll actually get a kick out of this movie. Are you a movie guy?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever seen Dr. Strangelove?
Yeah.
All right. The song at the end of Dr. Strangelove, it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right. We'll meet again. Don't know where. And there's mushroom crowds all over the place. I really want that to be like my sign-off song, but I'm dealing with trying to get licensing, because on YouTube, you can't just play a song, or else, God forbid, your copyright infringement. So, I'm dealing with that bureaucracy right now. But that's I think the final sight I want the people to see every night when I sign off is the clouds of mushroom clouds that are blowing up everywhere. that and are you a punk rock fan at all?
No, not really.
All right, there's a group called Anti-Flag, and if you want an anthem for civil disobedience, all right, the song is "You can kill the protester, but you can't kill the protest." Now, Anti-Flag is largely regarded as a left-leaning punk band, but this song is priceless. And back when I was on AM radio, on a real AM radio station where they had licenses with ASCAP and BMI, I could play like 40, I think the law is 40 seconds, which meant you get away with 45 or 50-second clips of any song you want. You know, they had a whole computer system with that they could research songs, you know, and I had 4 or 5 songs that I used every week. One of them was I played Rage Against the Machine, I played Anti-Flag, I played Talking Heads, and I played Public Enemy. All right? Which, as you can imagine, on an AM radio station, conservative Republican AM radio station, went over really well. You know?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it just did. And I didn't do the obvious. I mean, I didn't do the obvious thing from Public Enemy. There's a song called "Get Up, Stand Up." It has nothing to do with the Marley tune by Public Enemy, which has got a really great. It's just great. And then Talking Heads, there's a song called "Life During Wartime," which is particularly appropriate for what's going on right now. I commend that to your attention. It'll be an earworm. It'll be stuck in your ear. You've heard it before. You just probably don't know the name. And then again, like I said, I did Rage, and I was fine with everybody was fine with Rage until one day the producer looked up and actually played the live version as opposed to the studio version, and I think the term is obscenity laden. Yeah, that didn't go well, but we've got some good programming coming on this week. I've got, what the hell have I got going on? Tomorrow night, my friend's new golf show starts. I like golf, but what have I got going on? Friday night, now you see, I do something called the Coalition After Hours, which we experimented once or twice. This show is committed to and has done probably close to 100 hours worth of programming about the decriminalization of sex work. So I've had a variety of sex workers on the show who have been wonderful. I mean, just inspiring. And occupying literally every aspect of it. But a couple said, "Hey, do you want me to come on and talk about sexuality in kind of a mature environment as opposed to the giggles and the stupidity?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's give it a try." But the trouble is we have to go on after hours. We can stream through the Facebook. I can only go through Twitter and the Coalition Radio Network site. And so I've got Mistress Tissa is joining me on the line Friday night. She's joined me before. She's phenomenal. And we are going to talk about the sexuality of BDSM. And so that's we're trying to reach out to independent filmmakers, independent artists, anything I could do to alleviate and break the hold over moronic, and I mean moronic media that's out there.
Right.
I mean, because it just sucks. And I don't know that I got anything much better to add to the argument, but I'm gonna give you 2 quotes before I sign out for the night because the voice is starting to go. One of them was Orwell, and the common misnomer is that Orwell, 1984, was all about Big Brother and Big Brother watching you. That's all anyone focuses on. And the first quote I'm going to read you is from that, and it has nothing to do with that, the Big Brother watching you. Heavy physical work, the care of home and children, petty quarrels with neighbors, films, football, beer, and above all, gambling filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. All that was required of them was a primitive patriotism, which could be appealed to whenever it was necessary to make them accept longer working hours or shorter rations. And when they became discontented, as they sometimes did, the discontentment led nowhere, because being without general ideas, they could only focus it on petty, specific grievances. How fucking chilling is that?
Absolutely.
All right? When you say that, holy cow. And that, to me, out of everything I've ever written that's never written anything quotable, but anything I've ever read that's quotable, that would be it. All right.
Right.
I mean, it's just people are happy right now because despite the fact that thousands of people are dying, despite the fact that the economy is shutting down, that basketball might be back. Whew. Celtics. No, I like watching basketball. On occasion when I've gone, it's fabulous. But Jesus. Here's my other quote. This is the official, when you're supposed to do your favorite quotes on Facebook? I've actually had someone do Oppo research on me and post this quote about basically claiming what an offensive human being I am. And how I reacted to that post? I gave it a heart. So listen to this one. I'm happiest when I'm offensive. I have a desire to tear people in half. I want to move people out of the suburbs of their mind. I want them to suffer, to feel something real. I have a lot of anger. I want to hurt people at least a little. The guy's name was John Callahan. He was a cartoonist, a paraplegic cartoonist to the Miami Herald in the late 80s. And that's my attitude on media. I want to remove people from the suburbs of their minds.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was Jordan Peterson that said it. You can't think if you're not willing to be offended.
Yep. No truer words have been spoken. So the problem is how do you and I, Mr. Manzo, get people out of the suburbs of their minds so that they can be challenged and offended? How do we do that? And that is the existential question for this week. How can you move people away from banal, endless arguments on Facebook, which is cool. I mean, I get that. I have some fun with them from time to time. I'm not trying to be, that can't. To get them to at least broaden the horizons. Have some fun on Facebook. Torture some people. Go at it hard. But at the same time, just kind of expand. Try out different fields of battle. That I don't know, my friend.
You have to exist. You have to exist off Facebook at some point.
And that's the challenge. Because until we get into a model like the commies do, I'm sorry, my progressive friends, until we get, the commies show up. They effing show up. Bernie Sanders had a rally here 4 years ago in Little Rhodey, right before the primary. He was duking it out. Hard. You got like 10, 15,000 people to show up in Little Rhode Island on a Sunday afternoon at a park.
Yep.
Commies show up. They show up to meetings. They show up to fundraisers. They donate. They give time. You call up a bunch of commies and say, we need some signs written up. They're there. You got a craft fair you need going on? They're there.
Right.
I mean, you need some civil disobedience? They're there. Commies are willing to get arrested.
We need to get on that wavelength where we actually, like you said, just show up. Not everyone's going to be willing to be arrested, but just some bodies out there. Come on, get off your keyboards, people.
Well, listen, if you got anything going on up in New Hampshire that you're going to do a protest, I love protests. I own a bullhorn, and I know all the.
So do I.
Hey. We could do like a bullhorn symphony, and I know all the that's all right, that's okay, and the hey ho ho, fill in the blanks has got to go.
Right.
Hey. I know all the good ones. I know all the hits. I mean, so figure out something to have a goddamn protest on. Jesus, somebody, please. Will somebody get pissed off?
Right.
We'll stand 6 feet apart while we have a protest. Okay, I promise. I'll wear my mask while we have a protest.
Well, I think even that itself would be a good protest. Just get a bunch of people to go out and stand in front of a government building with their masks on, standing 6 feet apart from each other. Just demonstrate that people can be reasonable. It shows off that you can go out in public and still be safe, and it also shows just how ridiculously dystopian it would be if everyone followed these guidelines hard and fast.
Well, I mean, listen, one of the best things ACT UP ever did was they would have die-ins, okay? Mm-hmm. Where people would literally die in, pretend they were dead.
Yep.
Now, in the age of Corona, we got to do that 6 feet apart. But doesn't mean we can't have a die-in. Well,
Great.
Listen, I'm all good. I'm there, man. I am the alternate for Region 8 of the LNC, and I am willing to participate in whatever civil or not so civil actions are taken on by members of Region 8. I'm there for anything else too if I have a plane ticket.
Mhm.
But Region 8, I can drive just about anywhere. So anybody got going on, give me a call. We should protest Seabrook just because no one's protested there for a while. You know, just for shits. Is that even open anymore?
No, I don't even know. You know, I haven't heard anything about that in a while.
Yeah, so, you know, but ballot access, if they screw with us, let's have a picket line.
Yep.
Seriously.
Well, we just got word from the AG up here that there's basically no statutory authority to do anything, you know, on ballot access in New Hampshire. And, you know, as if the government doesn't exceed its statutory authority every day.
I mean, are you kidding me? That's what they're relying on? I mean, you see, now that calls for a protest. That calls for a picket line.
Right.
Hey, I'm there, man.
Right.
I mean, that calls. I think we need to break glass. What do I see? I see up in the stars. I see a spotlight, a lone symbol. I see up in the stars. It looks oddly like a boot.
No, and it says at Ford. No,
no, it says Vermin Supreme. That's what you guys need in New Hampshire. You need the Vermin Supreme in the sky. All right, and then you need the Vermin Mobile. Okay,
the boost signal. Come on, why not?
Go for it, babe. All right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm all about. So you guys get it going. I will provide the official LNC, Libertarian National Committee, because I am, however briefly, a member of the ruling body of the Libertarian National Party. That means I must be I must be special.
Yeah, you're more important than us proles in the party.
Proles, man, I haven't heard that word in a while. I'm a prole, believe me. I'm a prole and a troll. So,
you know, it's great. You know, we talk about, you know, the convention happenings or really anything going on within the party. And you know, I have LNC members tell me, oh, well, if you were on the convention planning committee and you put in all the work like I did, well, then you would understand that we can't just move forward into the 21st century. We can't just do this. We can't do that. If you were on the LNC and you put in the hours like I did, and it's like, really? You know, I'm not elevated above the level of peon. I'm the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. I'm a 3-time elected official, and I say these things not to brag, but it's like, come on, can my concerns not be taken seriously by these special LNC people? I mean, come on, just, you know, can't we all just be activists together? We have to pull rank all the time now. Jeez.
I believe in a flat leadership model. And what that means is that when a need arises, whoever, a combination of individual talents and a movement of the spirit creates that moment of inspiration, that's the person leading that particular charge. And the next time there's an issue that arises from the movement, the person who's moved and has the skills to pay the bills, all right, that's the person that arises. I'm not a big believer in top-down hierarchy. You know, just not. You know, whatever needs to get the job done that's conveniently, that's just what happens to be needed to get the job done. So in this case, let's just say hypothetically you wanted to go to a protest in front of the governor's home. Because the governor is probably the one person who can do one of these orders. I mean, if a governor can make an order preventing New Yorkers from crossing the border into Rhode Island, a governor can make an order, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert, I just play one on the radio. I've said that 10 times tonight. Does that mean, we all have to take a visit to Mr. Sununu? Is that it? House? Then that's what we have to do. We can be polite. We can be fun. We can sing Christmas carols in front of Mr. Sununu's house. until he gets the picture. There's a word that I like to use in situations like this that makes the Democrats and the Republicans equally nuts for different reasons. Disenfranchisement. See, right now, the state of New Hampshire is potentially disenfranchising citizens of New Hampshire from voting. What? No, we're not.
Right.
You're registered to vote. No, you're disenfranchising us from having the selection that we would like to have as candidates. What? That's a terrible thing to say. Okay, guilty. The D word. It's very powerful when it comes to establishment politicians because no one wants to see people be disenfranchised. That's a bad word. That means, particularly if you're a Democrat, you're not observing the civil rights of individuals.
Right.
And they hate that. And when they hate something, what does that mean? We have to do it. It's our obligation. But and if they're offended by it, we got to do it twice. And if it really pisses them off, you just got to keep doing it. As far as I'm concerned.
Well, we had this moment. We had this moment in the primary season where we were in Bill Gardner, the Secretary of State up here in New Hampshire. We were in his office, and we were asking him about signing Berman up for the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire primary. And Gardner says, "Well, in New Hampshire, there is no Libertarian Party of New Hampshire." And we all let out the fake what? No Libertarian Party in New Hampshire? How can that be? And he says, well, not a legal one anyway. So Vermin says, I think Mr. Gardner is saying that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire is illegal. and we're all laughing, and it comes down to it, and I'm like, so the Republicans and Democrats get to have their primaries on state ballots. So essentially what you're saying is that these two private organizations get to use taxpayer money to fund their internal operations. Yep. And he says, yeah. And I said, well, then I rest my case.
Yep. That's absolutely true. I was at a Board of Elections meeting in Rhode Island a few short weeks ago where they were just obsessing about how to get paper ballots out at great expense for the Republican and Democratic primaries. And I just got up and when my turn to speak, I just had to point out that, in fact, that they were going to grotesquely exceed their budget on behalf of both organizations, which make it very clear we might not win, but attack the notion very publicly that the state of New Hampshire and the state of Rhode Island both expend money on behalf of private political secret. We anoint high priests and priestesses to don their holy robes, sacrifice firstborns while they enact the platform. But I happened to walk in on a hearing, and by the way, this will happen to you soon too. I have a feeling, if not already. When you walk into a public hearing and the people at the desk recognize you and just kind of slump. So I walked accidentally into this public hearing about legislation that was being advocated by the Democrats, all right, in order to remove that requirement. So came time to talk, I raised my hand. They slumped again. And I said, let me understand this. You are granted enormous amounts of money by taxpayers to maintain, as you point out, I didn't use the words, those are going to steal your words, effectively the internal practice of internal operations of a political party that's privately run. And you're telling me, and I said, well, wait a minute, actually, I know the answer to this. You don't have a platform because you really have no beliefs. And a platform would actually codify something that could resemble a belief system. We all know that that's not true. Right. We all remember in succeeding years when each of your mainstream parties were thumped nationally, that you all went to the bench, to the locker room, and actually publicly announced that you were going there to figure out the type of platform that can get people elected. Not the platform you believe in, but the type of platform that would appeal to enough people to get you elected again. Not that you were going to actually observe that platform, but again, it was the platform that you were elected to get people to believe in. Right? And you can't do that. So I got a solution. Yeah, you don't have to do a platform anymore. And you don't get any money. And you shut it down. Go home. Too much. And they tabled the legislation. Probably going to do it anyway. Not because of me, but I don't know if I embarrassed them. I don't know if these people are capable of being embarrassed or ashamed. But maybe even for that one moment, it dawned upon them the hypocrisy here, the stupidity, and maybe they probably just waited till I was gone. Who knows? And maybe they enacted it some other night. But it's just sad. Or, as Trump reporters would say, sad. Fake news.
Sad.
Fake news. So I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to ask you to spread the word of talk radio, of libertarian talk radio, to carry forth the mission into the fields, into the hinterlands, into those quiet, tiny places where libertarians congregate, where they seek solace, entertainment, and beer, and tell them, yes, there is a tiny little place where you can have a conversation. And depending on the night, other people will listen to your conversation. And they may be, in fact, moved to have a conversation. Madness, I say, madness. It can happen.
Beautiful.
All right, buddy. I get to go to work in the morning to the job that I don't really have or pretend I have. So I'm going to, I think my voice is going.
If we have to pretend, we will.
Everything's everything's play, everything's pretend. But again, hey, listen, thanks for calling tonight. All right, I really appreciate it. Call again. Have friends call. If you listen, other candidates that want to get on the air, who are engaging, and I guess the only delimiter is that we know we have placeholder candidates, and that's cool. I get that. But if someone's running an active campaign, they want an opportunity to come on the air, to practice a little bit being on the air, to have a conversation. Tell their friends to listen in so they can understand where they're coming from, or even amongst their voter, whatever. It's all good. I can, through the miracle of the internet, if folks are running for an office in Idaho and they want to let people know they're going to be on the air, here, guess what? They can listen in Idaho. And that's what's special about this, because you know what? With stuff like this, libertarian candidates can reach people everywhere and anywhere. And you might get a few dozen people from Idaho who listen, but you'll also get a handful of people in South Carolina and Nebraska and the occasional New Hampshirean and the occasional Rhode Islander mixed in. And then imagine it could become a movement. And all because people took an opportunity to go on the air and discuss what they consider important. So there you go. And I think at that notion, I think I'm about to play the national anthem. All right. All right, man.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's been an honor as usual to talk to you.
No, it's great. It's great stuff, man. You can go at it. You got the skills. So just again.
Well, thank you.
The spread the word. Not that this is the only source. Spread the word to support libertarian independent media everywhere. Whether it's the one guy reporting it.
Absolutely.
The final thing I'll say is a few months ago, one or two people in the libertarian firmament made snotty remarks about, that guy in his garage who's doing a libertarian podcast. That's what we need one more of. And you know what I said to them when I actually saw them in person a few weeks later? I said, you know what? We don't need just one more of them. We need 1,000. Did I lose you, Richard? I think I just lost. Have a good night.